I'm sorry, I can't.
Ropes, three of them.
Found them. Right down. One enemy
Bitch.
remaining. My ultimate is
Bitch.
Okay, he's pushing that car, okay.
And I
Wet?
piss myself every day. I'm doing it right now.
You're pissing yourself while you're talking to us?
Oh, yeah. Big time. It's still going. Ooh, this is a good one.
Great. Oh, why do I ask questions I don't want to know the answers to?
So, well, you know.
What do you mean horror is a delightful genre? Uh-huh. Sure. Sure it is. I beg to differ. Bye. Son of a bitch.
Hello. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Forza Nana, hi! Your way, hello. San, yes, new emotes, new Korok emotes. I love them too. Brownie one, hi! Okay, can we first start stream by driving all of y'all to another stream? Because Sarah just started his affiliate anniversary celebration week, and we gotta get this guy to like 300 ringgit so that we can watch him play Soma on Saturday, okay? I don't know if I can even be there because I will literally be at an event on Saturday, but hopefully I can come back in time to catch him play it if he's playing it at night. You did your part? I want to do my part too, but it was like 8 minutes into stream before I started my own stream. And then... Okay, I mean, I'll have time. I'll have time. I'll have time to contribute. But yes, Sarah is playing Minecraft now. I think tomorrow he's doing Terraria. And then he's got Overcast OO days. Oh, I could even donate on Overcast OO days. That's true. But yeah, exciting stuff. If you want to go see Sarah play horror game, because he doesn't usually play horror games because he's a chicken, go and dono, and he can get a capture card. He can play God of War Ragnarok as well. So it's like a, you know, multi-part win-win-win-win. Anyway, I should probably promote my own stream, right? Is this the end of the lines for us? Maybe. So what we're playing today is this like it's supposed to be an interactive graphic novel kind of situation. I looked into the gameplay. It really reminds me of Disco Elysium with the whole like choice-based system. It's very like instead of showing through like animations, it's a lot of sort of visual novel style, but very literary, I would say, instead of like the typical visual novel like Japanese style. So it was totally my type of game, and we got a key to check it out, so we're checking it out today. I'm super excited. Chicken 101. First Styra 101, then BB 101, then Styrofoam, then Chicken 101. It's a good week for Styra nicknames. But yeah, how is everyone doing before we jumped into game? How is everyone? I know we just like saw each other the day before, and the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the day before that. But how is everyone start to the week? It's almost the middle of the week, which I can't believe. I can't believe it's almost the middle of the week. I've been having like kind of an unproductive week, and I've decided to just lean into it today, and I played a bunch of Tears of the Kingdom today and relaxed, and I got a little bit of work done, and maybe I'll continue a little bit of work later. But I'm trying to like take it slow and pace myself and get stuff done, but also not like push myself too hard, because I feel like I'm super at the brink of like burnout. So my week has been kind of like that, but I hope you guys have been having better weeks. Also, hold on, Eradicator, thank you for the follow. I saw it right before I swapped screens. I forgot to shout it out because I have ADHD. I'm back, wrinkly shower, back to work. Do you have a lot of work left to do today, Brownie? Eradicator, hell yes! How did you find the stream? Who are you? Where are you from? Also, my lighting is weird today. Wait, I think one of the lights went out. Is this better? I'm also wearing pajama pants today. It's that kind of day. Wearing my like strawberry pajama pants from the Pasar. You're from Malaysia too? High five. Neon, hi! There's one thing I have to complete today, others can be chill. Oh, that's pretty good. I hope you... Is that one thing like a lot or nah? Is it like very heavy one thing or is it... Do you think like definitely you can finish it tonight? Neon Alpha sister. Nice jammies, thank you. You know, it do be like one of those days when you like wake up and you just want to spend the entire day in like pajama pants. You know, I'm having one of those weeks. Shadow, hi! How are you, Shadow? How have you been, Shadow? Brownie Alpha mod. It's fine? Ah, that's good to know. That's good to know. That you're gonna be able to finish it today. That's good. Guys, I feel like... I don't know why. I feel like this week luck is in like low ratios this week. So whatever luck we have, we gotta ration it out and spread it out, okay? We take the small wins this week. Hi, Shadow. Oh, can we get Shadow a shout out before I swap games? I should load up the game in the background, by the way. Pro streamer. I haven't loaded up the game. Yeah, if y'all haven't followed Shadow, our fellow chum drinker, please go and follow Shadow. He does really chill streams. Shadow, actually I've been wanting to ask, have you been playing like... Have you still been playing Genshin the most regularly or did you hop over to Honkai Impact like everybody else? Also, I've got tea today. I've got a cup of ginger milk tea. It's my thing right now. Star Rail? Did I say Honkai Impact? Honkai Star Rail. Because I don't play the game, so like mentally, both games are the same for me. Hey, Fyrus, good to see you. How are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I tried to, but it's not holding my attention long enough. Really? I guess because it's not like an open world game. Next will be Genshin Star Rail. It's actually crazy how Honkai Star Rail came out and now Genshin's biggest competition is literally Honkai Star Rail. I know so many people who jumped from Genshin to Honkai. And I've invested more in Genshin. Some cost fallacy much. But yeah, I'm even more surprised to hear of people who like are still sticking to Genshin even after... Because like so many people I know have just jumped to Honkai already. For example, yours truly. Yeah, exactly. For example, Brownie. When your greatest enemy in life is yourself. To be frank, I want to move away from Genshin too? Really? Have you decided like what game you want to move away from? I don't think I have like this kind of relationship with any game. I mean, Fortnite, I guess. There's gonna be a new Fortnite season this week. I realized that the new Fortnite season drops on Overcast Day. I might do like a... Okay, here's the thing. Overcast is happening... which is the Overwatch version of the podcast, by the way. We're just doing like a fun one with 5-stack Overwatch. It's happening on Friday. The problem is... I have an event to go to like immediately the next day. And I have to be at the event at 8, which means I have to leave the house at 7. So I might not be able to like stay on the Overcast for super long. I mean, I'll be on the Overcast for at least like 3 hours, but I will have to like have a hard stop. And then I won't be able to play Fortnite the day that it comes out. So I'm thinking whether I want to do like a short bonus stream on Sunday or something where we just play Fortnite, because I want to check out the new season. I don't know if I can rope in some people to check out the new season with me, then maybe I will. I think it'll be fun to do with people instead of doing it alone. There was a fan theory that the Heavenly Principles were serving the Aeon Nano. What the? What is that? Is this a Genshin thing? Bonus stream, bonus stream! Yeah! When's the new season dropping? On the 9th. So on Friday. I mean, it says the 9th on like the Fortnite official account, so I guess if it's like US 9th, then probably the next day, like afternoon for us, maybe? I don't know, last round they did like on the day itself, right? But they did 3 a.m. so it was like 3 p.m. our time. So it was still the same day. So I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. But it should be 9th or latest 10th. It'll be dropping. I'm excited. I'm just excited because like I'm tired of the current season. Apparently the next one's gonna be Fortnite Wild, so it's gonna be like all forests and stuff. I don't know how I feel about the skins. I've seen like leaked Transformer skins. So I don't know if that's like genuine or not, but I heard that the IP they're tying in is gonna be Transformers for the new Transformers movie. But of course Fortnite hasn't confirmed anything yet, so I'm waiting to see. Does the map get majorly updated from season to season? Yeah, usually, like a quarter of the map changes. Heavenly Principles is the big baddie we haven't faced yet, possibly end story in Genshin. Aeon Nano is the big baddie we are building up to face off in Star Rail. Oh. Because Aeon is like a departmental store in Malaysia. Aeon is literally a department store in Malaysia. I was like, Aeon. Hi Luna, how are you? Welcome in. I should probably go familiarize myself with the game. Ooh, yeah. I mean, we'll teach you how to play. We'll teach you how to play. Don't worry about it. But the game is quite big and quite heavy, or at least that's what everyone has told us. My computer can handle it, no problem. But you might want to give it a try. Are we talking about Honkai Star Rail? If so, then I'ma go just in case if this is about future battles that I don't want to know. No, we're just like talking about it very briefly. I'm gonna swap games, actually, because speaking of the Wilds, speaking of Fortnite Wilds being the new season, segue into End of Lines, which is a game, which is what we're playing today. It's an indie game that just came out, I think last week or so, or maybe 2 weeks ago. It is not a Southeast Asian indie game. It is from... Hold on, I don't want to get this wrong. But it's from an indie studio called Nova Box. They're based in France. There you go. And End of Lines came out, yeah, like 2 weeks ago. It's supposed to be about a family who is trying to survive the devastated landscapes of a post-climate meltdown world. And it's an interactive graphic novel. I'm psyched. This is like so up my alley. Shall we just jump in? Because it's like 20 minutes. Yeah, let's jump in. Let's swap game. Let's go. And maybe... where's the game? Can y'all hear the game? Okay, I think you can hear the game. Okay, my goal today is simple. I just want to get to one ending. Because I heard one ending is about 3 hours of gameplay. And with the reading and all, I don't know how long it's going to take me to get there. But my goal is to get to at least one ending. So, shall we jump right into it? Also, final shout out before we start. Again, if you want to go and support Stara for his affiliate week anniversary, please go and support. And if you have any spare change to throw his way, it will contribute to his eventual suffering on Saturday. And I'm always here for Stara's eventual suffering. Aeon is a word made from Eon? Oh wait, hold on. I gotta pull out my Twitch chat overlay. Thank you for the Stara shout out. Imagine having time. God. Oh, this is me.
Technically, you do have time, just not free time.
He made this into a TikTok, this asshole. Why is he like this, Brownie?
I'm sorry.
Why does he have to be so mean?
I'm sorry.
I like how in the clip I'm complaining to Brownie. Brownie's apologizing for Styra.
No, it's me. I'm the problem. Sorry.
Why am I drowning?
Deserved. Oh my gosh. But yeah, he's celebrating this entire week, so go and support him. Okay, let me read this first. Aeon is a word made from eon, which is an indefinite, immeasurably long amount of time, but in the form of a higher power, so like a deity of eternity. Ah. Damn. I didn't know that's the meaning of the departmental store. I think if you Google it, you'll be able to find it, Brownie. Like the Aeon department store. Okay, anyway. All this should be fine. I don't need vibrations. Me apologizing for my son in the background. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's do this. End of lines. Whoa. Immediately. But mother, you can't give up. Nora glares at me, her face rigid with anger. It jumps right into it. Okay. Has the department store been there forever? Pretty much. So it tracks, you know. I don't answer straight away. I look out through the gap between the hangings at the blinding light that strikes the arid ground. Oh, it's this kind of game. Let's go. I cannot go out before nightfall anymore. If I attempt it, I will founder. Struck down by the breath of the jinns. Ayo? The music? I hardly recognize the landscapes of my childhood in this barren wasteland. Our lands have always been arid, but before there was oases and a semblance of peace. Journeys were always attended by song. That time has passed long ago. Hold on, let me turn on the audio just one smidge. Okay. Today, the dance of the burning winds is fiercer and fiercer. I hear it like the senseless rhythm of dissonant times, and I know I have no time for falling into melancholy. No, I love this already. Oh, this is great. Damn, the singing right in your head. Yeah. I have to explain my decision to my daughter. Nora, do you remember the fable? The lion, the panther, the tahuri, and the jackal? My question disconcerts her. Her anger abates a little. Yes, mother. Oh, I'm playing as the matriarch. Okay. Or at least for now. What lesson do you think you can learn from it today? What do you mean? Would you prefer to be in the place of the jackal or the tahuri? She frowns. The jackal is tricked from start to finish. The tahuri is much smarter, but I would still prefer to be the lion who takes the largest share. Don't you agree, mother? I prefer the panther? That's the most desirable position, of course. The panther, forgotten by everyone? She may be forgotten, but she does not submit. We have neither the claws nor the fangs of the lion. In any event, power is a curse. Let the others brawl over the scraps. Let us take our small share without fuss and keep ourselves safe. I beckon her to come and help me up. She comes immediately and we take a few steps across the worn rugs that cover the floor. Anyway, it's been a very long while since there were any lions or tahuris or jackals. That is true, but I have something else on my mind right now. How old is your son, Nora? He'll be 7 next spring. So many years we've passed trying to leave this desert. Yes, mother. How many companions have we lost? She looks away. 21. Oh gosh, I stroke her hand, I don't show any emotion. I stroke her hand. She hides her sorrow, but I know that each one of their names is carved on her heart. We cannot continue like this. Our tribe is no more than an exhausted huddle. We're too slow and the heat will kill us all in the end. And do you truly believe that staying here will save you? We can certainly survive for a few moons. Your task during that time will be to lead the most stalwart among us to a more welcoming place. But mother, I don't want to leave you. Listen to me, Nora. I've reached the end of my journey, but you haven't. She tries to interrupt, but I raise my hand for silence. You and Rafiq, you'll choose from the volunteers. Yeza, Celia, and her brother Amin will certainly go. You'll also take your son and your husband Camille. He will be your guide to find a better land. Camille, our guide? I allow her a few seconds to digest this information. Yes, Nora, you have all the qualities of a great war chief, but to survive this time needs a panther, not a lion. She nods. I understand, Mother. I take her hands. Of course you understand. You didn't choose him by chance, after all. Yes, perhaps I've always known. Good, so go and get him. I need to speak to him. Then gather everyone together. I'll announce my decision at nightfall. Oh, this is crazy. It just kicks in immediately and... Oh, it's beautiful. I'm excited. I'm stoked. Nora leaves my tent. I sit back down again to await the coming of the gentle-hearted outlander. He's an intensely just man, and he's also the only one among us who knows the ways into the north. The only one who could navigate amongst the wreckage of this world adrift. A few minutes later, he enters, swathed in the blue robe that Nora made for him. Camille's poise has increased with these last years. The journey suits him. He comes towards me with deference. The art is amazing. It is. Okay, hold on. Let me close the door real quick. Okay. I suppose Nora has explained why I've summoned you. Yes, she has, matriarch. So will you agree to guide the company through the remains of this world? His gaze is far away for several seconds. I have no idea what life outside the desert is like now, nor if there's any life left. It's true that we have had no contact with the outside for several years. The last we heard, wars and epidemics had struck all the cities. That was more than 10 years ago. There can't be much remaining outside the desert. I fear to find nothing but ruins. He takes a moment to consider. Where should we go, in your opinion? I suggest that you return to where you came from. Our lands have become uninhabitable. I'm afraid that mine won't be any better, at least not for much longer. Each year, the seasons are hotter and drier. That will have to stop someday. He says nothing, but gives a little shrug. Won't it? Well, not necessarily. Explain yourself? There was a theory. A gay theory. When I was young. It was called the Venus theory. What is it? If global warming reaches a certain magnitude, there are multiple tipping points which could lead the planet onto a path where the climate becomes out of control. He pauses, looking for the right words. That's to say that the phenomena triggered by the global warming would continue to add carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, and so would keep increasing the warming exponentially, and we could do nothing to stop it. This is not game theory. This is an environment theory. The greenhouse effect would become so strong that it would eventually boil the oceans, making all life impossible. I'm silent, shaken, in spite of myself, by this apocalyptic vision. They think that's what happened on Venus millions of years ago. The Venus theory. He nods. And you believe we are on the path to the same thing. I don't know. It's a very striking theory, but I think it's quite unlikely. I encourage him to continue. From what I understand, the climate would be more likely to stabilize once the carbon emissions had ceased. And in fact, I believe that's where we are now. So you're optimistic? Not really, because even if we concede that life on Earth is not in danger, the climate stabilization will take time, and I don't know what will remain of the human race after the next century. No matter what, life has become impossible here. But other habitable places must still exist. I refuse to believe that the 21st century will signal the end of humanity. It's pretty unlikely, saying that there's still a decade before the 22nd century. Perhaps we still got surprises ahead of us. Wait, so that's like 20... Wait, so... Math. Wait, how do you count centuries again? So, wait... 2090, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Because, like, we're in the 21st century, which is the 2000s. And so, the 21,000s will be the 22nd century. Yeah. Math. Oh my gosh. Ah, okay. Whatever the case, it's time to see what we can do to adapt to this new world. As you say, we've reached the end of a cycle. One story finishes, another begins. A story that's for you to write now. Oh, okay. In End of Line, certain situations can lead to a change of narrator. The sum of your decisions can influence the identity of the next narrator. Most of the choices offered to you favor one of the following archetypes. Ah, the lion favors direct approach and confrontation, seeks to arm themselves and strikes first. Suspicious of others, always expecting the worst, ruthless. The panther avoids confrontation, prefers to flee, displays doubt, doesn't like to stay in one place, sacrifices themselves for others. Or the tahuri seeks out social interaction, eagerly accumulates wealth, strives to establish exchanges, will manipulate others, prefers the sedentary lifestyle. Why does that already sound like my playstyle? Okay. Choose wisely. Damn. It will soon be a year since we left the clan and the matriarch behind us. Oh, time skip. It feels like an eternity. We've crossed lands and seas until we're worn to the bone. Now that we stop walking, it's oddly silent. There's no sound but the wind and the crunch of the grains of sand between our teeth. The sky is red. Or is it? It's so hot that it feels red. When did it stop being blue? And there's this mound of stones. A religious relic, probably. The ancient road that I guide our little company along used to be traveled by pilgrims. But today I've no use for religions and gods. The only thing that matters to me is our survival, especially that of Sam, the only child in our company. My child. I checked the map entrusted to me by a poor woman a few weeks ago. She said that this was the only road we could still take. This road should take us north to a more welcoming place. Toward the land where I was born and that I had left more than 20 years ago. I don't know how much it has altered. Everything has changed so fast. I hope that we'll find a place fit to live where we can settle in peace. Rafiq breaks the silence with several groans as he unburdens himself of his pack. He allows himself a mouthful of water and grumbles under his breath before turning to me. I'm dead. Mood. Is Rafiq the Tahuri? He kind of looks like the person who was supposed to be the Tahuri. Yes, we're all worn out. Rafi gives a small smile. I don't know, Nora doesn't seem to be suffering too much. He jerks his chin at Nora, who'd I'd agreed to marry over 10 years ago. Same, Brownie. I smiled back. Nora never seems to be suffering too much. You're forgetting the day she gave birth to your offspring. A laugh escapes me. I've forgotten nothing. That was precisely the day when I realized that she was stronger than you'll ever be, Rafiq. Sure, that's right. And in the meantime, it's me who's lugging the equivalent of her weight around on my back. I roll my eyes. Don't you get sick of complaining? Never. We should have exchanged you for a mule when we had the chance. Rafiq laughs. That would have been one of your rare rational decisions. My decisions are always perfectly rational. If that was the case, you'd have decided to marry me. Now it's my turn to laugh. Uh, would you have accepted? Of course not. What am I supposed to do with a shrimp like you? And anyway, you're right. Nora's the strongest of us. She'll bury us all. His words pull me back to the harsh reality of our quest. The good humor has passed like a too light breeze. Ayo, Pride Man? Demon? No, not at all. Not Sam. He grips my shoulder kindly and answers with a solemn face as though making me a promise. No, not Sam, of course. We join the others to set up the camp. I head toward Inaya and Soan to help them get settled in. Or is it Son? A couple had recently joined us. They've been trying to survive as best they could in the ruins on the edge of a big city. They were fortunate to meet us. We avoid going near the cities in general. These days, violence and sickness hold sway there. The path we're following crosses small villages instead, long deserted. Inaya and Son wanted to join us. Our life of traveling is hard, but I know that it's the only course. The droughts and the heat waves which forced us to leave our lands have continued to hit more and more regions. Those rare places where it's still possible to subsist will inevitably disappear. Everywhere we go, there's no other choice but to leave. Since I couldn't abandon the couple to certain death, I agreed that they could come with us. They're still young, but they have been courageous and grateful so far. They're gentle, considerate people. Sometimes I get the feeling that they're too fragile for this existence. Sam comes over to cling to my leg as I cover our tent to protect us from the heat. I ruffle his hair with affection. Can I drink, Daddy? Yes, of course. I give him my flask. We're not going to die of thirst, right? Good question. No. We've still got reserves, and soon we're going to cross an old river. There'll be some water for sure. Come here, I'll show you. I put him on my knee and show him the map. It's a worn old paper scattered with lettering in language I don't understand, but the lines that cross its surface are still readable. Oh, I wonder if these are like checkpoints? You can still even see some landmarks. Some I think I recognize, like the mound of stones that used to shelter a religious symbol that we're camping near today. Sometimes the lines separate and meet, branching decisions we will soon have to make. We trace the fragile lines with our fingertips as they fade and reappear across the tears and creases of the map. Espanol? Oh yeah. Sam's small hand and mine discover the possible futures and the tracks that await us. Will they be strewn with pitfalls or pleasant surprises? Probably a bit of both. Whatever the case, these lines guide us toward the hope of a more welcoming land. We cling to that hope, but in truth, we have no idea what we'll find there at the end of the map. Where the lines end. End of lines! Roll credits! Oh, chapter 1! I wonder how many chapters there are. I wonder if the number of chapters change depending on, like, how fast you kill them. I don't know. Okay, chapter 1 is Wake Up. What the fuck? The noonday sun has shortened the shadows. Toward the horizon, the dazzling, relentless glare draws salt and water to my eyes. Salt and water. I try to swallow. My throat is like sandpaper. The water is precious. There is not enough. All of a sudden, I think of my father, of his life, of before. Did he know? He leans against the bar as usual. On a bar, a double espresso in a disposable cup. Did he know the price to be paid for those few drops of bitter petrol black liquid? As I come through the glass door, he absently swallows another mouthful of coffee. I think they're in Spain. Oh, that would be interesting. He seems suddenly preoccupied by a tiny stain on the cuff of his new shirt, impeccably ironed, made in some country at the other end of the planet. My throat is dry. There's not enough water. Did he know what awaited us? I'm assailed by a wave of disgust, of anger. I wait a few seconds on the threshold, trying to calm myself. It's him who sees me, who recognizes me. Oh, that was a Panther decision. Okay. He raises his eyes from his shirt cuff and his gaze meets mine. He smiles at me. A smile bursting with paternal love, unshakable. Coffee kills the planet, y'all. Tell that to Styra. I lean on the bar next to him. I don't know what to say. I don't know where to begin. What are you doing? For a moment, he doesn't understand. As you see, I'm having a coffee. He shows me his cup. I don't know if I should read amusement or condensation in the calm, patient voice he uses. This is the day you were born. I'm going to get a call from your mother soon. Without thinking, he pulls his smartphone from his jacket pocket and places it gently on the bar, as if it were the most precious thing he possessed. I'm a little surprised. For as long as I can recall, my father never owned a smartphone. The phone vibrates furtively, as if it felt that we were looking at it. My father automatically looks down at the screen. Shouldn't you be at work with Mom? Actually, I was in a meeting with a client. I just finished. Since I'm a little early, I allowed myself a quick coffee before going back. He throws a furtive glance at his phone. Saying that, the telephone's going to ring soon to give me the news, and I can promise you they won't be seeing me again soon. I intend to make the most of my paternity leave, although I didn't really want a child that much. But Camille, my angel, now that you're here, I've no regrets. I make the same mistakes over again just to be able to see you live and grow again. He puts his hand gently on my shoulder. Procreation is nothing but animal instinct. The words come out of my mouth sharper than I intended. My anger is undiminished. He lets his hand drop limply. We look at each other in silence for a few moments, and at the instant he opens his mouth to answer me, the smartphone vibrates again, but with more authority this time. Hell, it's the battery. This thing discharges faster and faster. It's a real problem. In my turn, I put my hand on his shoulder and shake him softly. Dad, we're dying. We're dying of hunger and thirst. Your children, your grandchildren. Oh, this is like a metaphorical situation where this is like his birthday when he's about to be born. We look each other deep in the eyes. Camille, I'm sorry. Forgive me. He gives me a small, resigned smile. He finishes his coffee in one swallow and replaces the cup on its saucer. I notice the sugar lump still wrapped in gaudy paper. I glance over all these blind people, invisible, transparent. Suddenly, I realize that my father, with his suit, his coffee, and his superficial concerns, is part of that crowd. I sweep my eyes over the room again. I try to put myself in the place of these people who truly don't understand what could be so absurd about sipping a coffee in a bar as the planet becomes slowly and inexorably inhospitable. I don't have the strength or the wish to get angry. I know that many of them did what they could, did their best, just like my father. I tell myself that maybe if they started trying to change things sooner, they had a chance of success. I turn to my father. Dad, wake up! Wake up! A hand on my shoulder, firm but gentle. She shakes me softly. I open my eyes. Nora leans over me, her face silhouetted against the red light. Camille, it's time. I sit up wearily. It's well into the afternoon. It will soon be time to break camp. Nora is already up again, her back turned to me. Yeah, looks like. Yeah. Oh man, this game is already so heavy. I take Nora in my arms. It's a simple joy, but one that could be too easy to forget. We remained entwined a few instants. Then slowly, reluctantly, we separate. She will go to wake the rest of the company while I assemble our meager possessions. There's not much to assemble. A few worn bags, some basic tools, knife, mallet, rope, stakes, our tent, and our precious flasks soon empty. I emerge from the tent and go to join Sam beneath the burning late afternoon sun. His gaze is far away. I give all the water I've left to see the world through his eyes, even for just a few moments, to see just how different it is to the one I see. He seems so calm, peacefully seated in a nest of motley worn fabrics. His little shape silhouetted against the vermilion sky wavers placidly like a fragile promise. Our eyes meet, and a pure, fleeting joy lights up his face. I brush my hand through his hair. He stands up, stretches, and rests his head against my chest, all the time watching the horizon. Do we have to leave, Daddy? Yes, my angel, we have to leave. I'm sorry, forgive me. Ooh, gameplay. In End of Lines, you'll have to organize several camps for your company of travelers. Okay. Inaya is dipped into our provisions to make a hot meal for the company. At the beginning of each camp, the company uses their resources to feed themselves. Okay. The narrator then takes stock of the resources according to how many characters in the company. Our resources are shrinking, but we still have enough to hold out. Currently, the resources and the number of people in the company are balanced. Okay. If your resources are too scarce, some members of the group may leave the company. Okay. I suggest an expedition to explore the surroundings. The narrator tells you which characters are exhausted and cannot participate. Okay, Inaya is exhausted, Sam is exhausted. Okay, then you choose which members you want to send. The characters that you choose will have to rest and cannot participate in an expedition at the next camp. A character may be tired for various reasons even if they haven't been on the last expedition. Ooh. I mean, they said Nora is the strongest, right? I said Nora? Oh, I can send more people. And I'll send the new person. Maybe I send more people, they get more things? The number of people sent and their state of fatigue determines the amount of resources. Okay. The expedition finds the river a bit, but it's dry. Its course has been deviated to an old irrigation tank, which does still contain a little water. The team filters and boils the reclaimed water. Oh, here we go. The resources which have been collected are added to your provisions. Oh, so you can see, like, the provisions are slightly more than your people right now. Okay, be aware that certain situations and decisions will not be available to you if the balance between your resources and the number of travelers is unfavorable. Okay. A few minutes later, everything is packed up. We're ready to leave. The horizon shimmers with vivid shifting colors from the sinking sun. I contemplate the spectacle, as magnificent as it is strange, searching for some clue that will allow me to predict the weather that awaits us in the next few hours. The wind has fallen, but this lull may be deceptive. I look over our small company. If one thing is sure, it's that we are all travel-weary. Inaya and Son in particular, who seem to be at the end of their strength. They're not used to the forced marches yet. That will come. They don't lack courage. In the meantime, I could offer to share out some of the weight of their packs among the other travelers. Even Rafik, who carries the heaviest load, looks exhausted. We haven't eaten for several days, and it's getting harder and harder to find water. He also seems to be surveying the land, in quest of information on what's to come. His experience is always welcome. Perhaps he's noticed a detail that's escaped me? Sam and Nora are chatting. They're still the most unwavering of the company. Nora never seems to suffer, not from hunger, nor from fatigue. And tacitly, we all do what we can so that Sam is fed in priority. Rafiq. Yeah, he is this guy. His face is cheerful as he watches me approach. It doesn't look too bad. No storms in sight today. But there'll be some wind. Yep. Maybe a lot of wind. He studies the land before responding. That's possible. We could fork south a bit, pick up the old asphalt road. We'd have better luck finding shelter if it blows too much. He frowns. It's not good for the feet, asphalt. Or the knees. Nope. But if we're caught in a storm, it'll be worse. Yeah. He picks up his pack and fastens it on carefully, spreading out the load and minimizing the risk of injury. But the wind's not for sure. If we keep straight on, we'll have crossed this damn desert in 2 days. And even if we detour, we're not sure to find a shelter. Can I scroll up? But then getting caught in the storm seems like something we really don't want to avoid, right? Like something we really want to avoid. I think there's chat history. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it seems to be either we fork south, but that's the asphalt road. It might be like more tiring, but at least we completely minimize the risk of getting caught in a storm, which sounds terrible. Okay, we'll go south. Okay. Maybe I am a Camille. I keep making like Camille choices. We've been walking for several hours when the wind picks up. Our progress quickly becomes difficult. Oh shit. We're forced to protect our faces from the dust which stings our cheeks and blinds us. With the sun beginning to set, it's getting more and more difficult to stay on course. I hope it won't last too long, but there's nothing to suggest that it won't get any worse. On the contrary. I'm gonna bump up my voice a bit because I don't want to speak too loud because I'm gonna be talking a lot. But the game is also a bit loud. I turn back to the convoy. Inaya is sheltering behind Son, who himself is having trouble staying upright. They won't get much further at this pace. Oh, look at them. I don't regret taking the southern route. The old road is in bad condition and we'll have to repair our shoes as soon as possible, but I can already make out the ruins of former dwellings. If the storm really picks up, we'll have shelter. This country isn't as welcoming as we'd hope, but it's still better than where we've come from. Yet in the first days when we finally landed after all the sacrifices we've had to make to get here, we regained a whisper of hope. Not so long ago. I remember. We'd been skirting the coast for several days. The crossing had been a nightmare we'd have preferred to forget. We'd been preparing for demanding times, but none of us had expected to have to overcome such an ordeal. When we finally landed, we were no longer a tribe, nor a company, just four survivors. I talked to Sam a lot. I made up stories. I wanted to protect him as much as possible from the relentless violence of this world, but I believe that mainly it was him who helped me. If it hadn't been for him, I'd have given up long ago. Nora, Rafiq, Sam, and I, we wandered along the devastated beaches. The ocean had invaded the old coastal villages. Considering the amount of destruction, it hadn't happened gently. Impossible to tell if it was the result of a single devastating tsunami or of successive storms, but only ruins remained, and everything led us to believe it wasn't over yet. The sea was calm on our arrival, but the bleak, desolate scenes that we crossed prompted us to be careful. Most surprising were the crabs. Oh my god, are all these crabs? Holy shit. The beaches were covered. Everywhere they teemed over the ruins of the flooded buildings. Sometimes we'd be hypnotized by inanimate objects. In the distance, their shapes seemed to distort with frenetic, grotesque gasping. One day, suddenly, a cloud spread apart and a pale blue sky appeared. I remember it as if it was once more before my eyes. The colors that until then had seemed missing from the coastal landscape began to glitter. This is so many crabs. Have y'all seen that like crab meme video? This is the crab meme video. There's so many crabs. Sam takes my hand and points at a crab-covered rock nearby. Look, Daddy, they're blue! And yes, in the sun, the crabs are radiant cyan blue, with shades of green on the shell and their pincers ranging from orange to scarlet depending on the specimen. For a long while, we marveled at the beauty of the scene. Hey, Daddy, do you know why there's so many? It's hard to say. At some point, these crabs must have found themselves without predators. That must be why they've been able to reproduce so much. I guess maybe it's linked to the disappearance of the birds. I don't add that they're probably a species of scavengers. Anyway, we know what we're having for dinner. Oh no, crabs. Are we stopping soon? A little bit further on, I can make out the shimmer of the whitened walls of a half-submerged village. Yes, do you see the ruins over there? Sam nods. We'll walk as far as there, and then we'll take a break, okay? As we pass the first wave-beaten, salt-eaten stones of the town, we're surprised to see human figures on some of the roofs. Humans. Alive. I count about 10 at most. They watch us unmoving. They don't seem aggressive, but still we remain on our guard. You mean the queen is dead? Queen is dead? Crab rave. Yeah, crab rave. Yeah, that's the crab video. As we get closer, I realize that it's difficult to identify them. Their figures are bundled up in shapeless rags. Their age is unclear. Is that a child or an old woman I can see there? Perhaps a small boy? It's impossible to tell. It's even more troubling when we notice that they're moving away from us as we move forward, so that they maintain a distance which doesn't allow us to glimpse their eyes, just the eerie shadows of hollowed sockets. Honestly, I know the art for this game is so good, right? Nah, it's great. Daddy, why are they backing away? I think they're afraid. But why don't they run away then? Maybe they're afraid, but curious too. Okay. Or they're waiting for the right moment to pounce on us. She's not wrong. That thought has crossed my mind too. Nora smiles. Let them come though. We'll introduce them to Rafiq. She jerks her thumb at our imposing companion. Rafiq's lost much of his magnificence during the crossing, but despite everything, his form remains impressive. Maybe too impressive, actually. Yet under his gruff exterior, Rafiq has always been good with people. He's got a knack for quickly gaining people's trust, and his imposing build makes him rather reassuring. Rafiq, do you want to go and talk to them? Sure, if I manage to catch one. Choose the one who studied foreign languages while you're at it. Rafiq laughs. Maybe I should go instead? No, don't worry. We're joking, Camille. He grasps my shoulder. I'll be fine. Or it'll be fine. Rafiq takes a deep breath and advances on one of the groups with a firm tread. Halfway, he makes a friendly gesture toward them. To my surprise, he seems to manage to start a conversation. Rafiq puts his pack at his feet and pulls out several objects. I can't make out what they are, but he attracts the attention of the others who draw nearer. After a few minutes of discussion, Rafiq turns to us and invites us to join him. When we get there, the inhabitants have moved away. It looked like that went quite well, did it? Not bad. They're interested in our fabrics. Seeing how they're dressed, that's not surprising. Yeah, their only clothes stores are down there. He points at the water from which only the tallest buildings of the former village emerge. Most of the clothes didn't stand up to the salt water, so they're buck naked, so to speak. I see. Did you give them something? I put aside far too much fabric to repair the tent. I figured we could spare it. You did well? Nora doesn't appear to agree. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice a frown of disapproval. We're going to fish out some more useful stuff anyway. My gaze stops on the church bell tower, battered by the waves. Fish? Rafiq laughs. Yeah, dive down there and find what we want. Sam seems very impressed. Do you know how to swim that deep? Me? No. But your father? They turn to look at me. I shrug. Sam's hopping with glee. Also, but red crabs doesn't mean they are dead? Kinda thinking about chili crab now though. Oh, you mean like in the crab rave video? If they're red, doesn't that mean they're dead? That's true. They only turn red when they're cooked, right? Bro, I can really go for some crabs now. I'm not like hungry, but I'm feeling really peckish. You know? Today feels like I want to have a order a drink kind of day, but I don't know. It's the first time he's known such strong emotion since the crossing. It's been possible to get more than a few words out of him, and even less a smile in these last few days. Seeing his eyes sparkle again, I can't help feeling a bit relieved. It's worth a try, eh? Let's start by finding a good place to dive from. They pointed out a spot to me. Follow me. We set up on a roof edge. The water looks clear at the surface, but it's impossible to see the bottom. A woman with stringy white hair brings Rafiq an old, patched-up diving mask and a pair of unmatched fins. Sam bombards me with questions about these strange objects, while I try my best to adjust them to my feet. The woman gives us instructions in a Spanish too rapid for us to comprehend, but her movements allow us to guess where to begin our search. You're right, maybe they are in Spain. Peckish, I like that word. Thank you for expanding my meager vocabulary that I'm one peckish brownie 24/7. Oh my gosh. I kind of feel like having McDonald's. But there's nothing in particular that I want, you know? The only thing I really feel like having is, and I know this is super cursed, but I feel like having a mocha. I know. You know what sounds great right now? What? A brownie? Oh no! No, we had this like whole moist brownie conversation on Mon's stream, really. Although a hot brownie with ice cream sounds really good. Anyway, I begin my exploration. I quickly realize that the fins, decrepit as they are, provide a crucial advantage. The currents, made unpredictable by the remains of buildings and street fixtures, are too chaotic to hope to swim without equipment. After attempting a few dives, I begin to accustom myself and manage to limit my movements to hold my breath for longer. The light fades fast with the depth. I've still got enough visibility to make out the surreal backdrop of a paved undersea road. Wrecks of vehicles remaining there have transformed into anthropod shelters. I'm reminded of a time when the seaside resorts were packed with noisy tourists. The bottom is more than 4 meters down, but I don't need to go that far. I try a few openings, windows and doors, trying to find a promising spot. I surface to get some air after each attempt. Finally, I set my sights on what looks like an old mini market. I go back to tell the others. The first thing I hear coming in is moist brownie. What did you guys do to our best mod brownie? Chocolate brownie does sound good. A hot brownie with ice cream. You just had to add the ice cream part as well. I mean, it has to be like, you know, the brownie, like you put it in the microwave and then you put ice cream on top. Oh my god, I have like the most killer brownie recipe that I haven't made in a long time. Maybe I should make it one day. Bruh, Buff K, please help me. The sisters are trying to consume me. Now I'm thinking whether like McDonald's has brownies. I don't think so. Maybe McCafe. Damn, now I'm also thinking about waffle ice cream. Wait, they do? But yeah, how was your date? How okay? Have you guys tried the Family Mart brownie yet? No, I haven't. Also, the McDonald's app sucks. Every time I try to log in, it like kicks me out. Hold on. And checking the online website. I solved 6 bugs today. Let's go. But then I found 4 new ones, so I guess I only solved 2. No, that's not how it works. You solved 6 bugs. Let's go. Just use the website. The app is shit. Yeah. Yeah, let me see. No brownie! But they have Belgium chocolate cake. Damn. Oh man, this looks really good. Ah. The craving. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna ignore it for now. Nora and Sam are waiting for me at the surface. The white-haired woman watches us carefully from a short distance away. We should move a few blocks over to the west. I think there's something interesting. But we'll have to swim. At least to that roof over there. Alright, but Rafik's gone to look around. I think he's negotiating something with the locals. I should stay here with the bags. Okay, fine. Me, I want to come. Alright, but you'll have to swim, buddy. Hesitation crosses his face in a fleeting flash. The ocean made him suffer so much during the crossing. This will be a good opportunity to reconcile them. I stop myself from bursting with joy when he jumps into the water to join me, swimming clumsily. Not bad for a child of the desert, but at that speed, we won't get there before tomorrow. It's hard! There's waves! There are. Here, grab on here. Keep your head out of the water. Nora throws us a net. Don't forget that to bring back your plunder. With Sam clinging to my back, I cross the 50 meters which separate us from the closest roof. I get my breath back, then we set up a few dozen meters further on the ruins of a stone tower clearly dating from medieval times. The structure scarcely emerges above the water. Sometimes a wave submerges it almost completely. It should be alright for Sam. The mini market is just underneath. What's a mini market? It's a kind of little supermarket. A supermarket? Aeon! A place where you find a merchant who sells a bit of everything, you know? Oh, okay. A super merchant? Yeah, that's it. I'm going to be careful, and mind you, don't get nipped. A few big crabs are roaming over the old stones. Their scarlet pincers are formidable. I check our position with a short dive, then I take a few minutes to ready myself. Inhale. Exhale. The bottom is more than 5 meters deep here. If I manage to hold on 2 minutes struggling against the currents, I'll be doing well. I'll have to progress in stages. I'll do a few dives to scout things out. I save some time on the descent by guiding myself down the tower wall. I quickly spot a few interesting objects. I'm going to bring you something, Sam. Be ready. Okay, I'm ready. Daddy? Yes? How do you get yourself pointing down when you go down? At the start? We call that a duck dive. It's a movement to go head down without using too much energy. It looks like how ducks dive. Oh. I'm not that good a swimmer. Legit here to say good night. Enjoy the seemingly chill stream, Nat and chat. Hang in there, brownie. Okay, good night. And congrats on the $6. I don't care how you count it, but that's $6 in my opinion. Good night, good night. The only place I know of waffles and ice cream is A&W. Inside Scoop is also good. No, Inside Scoop is also really good. But now I'm wondering... I don't know. I suddenly like want to have a mocha. But it's like gonna be 11. What do I do, guys? He looks at me with round eyes. I realize he's never seen a duck. It's a bird that swims on the water. Oh yes! Do you think there are some left somewhere? Yes, I'm sure. The migrant birds were the first to suffer from the brutality of the climate change. But even the non-domestic ducks weren't really wild anymore in the lands where I lived. They usually migrate from one protected nature reserve to another once or twice a year. Then one year, there was an uncontrollable virus. To stop it spreading, they killed all the ducks. The ones left are far away? Yes, pretty far. The haul is good. I bring up a good quantity of canned food that I hope is still edible, especially the fruits which we sorely lack. I also find some nylon and polyester equipment which we could use. Tents, parkas, waterproof capes and shoes. Last, I even find a watertight first aid kit almost complete. It's a great find. Sam clings to my neck again as we set off in the chaotic currents to rejoin the group. The ebbing tide doesn't make the task easier, but by grasping the walls of the buildings I managed to progress, little by little. I'm not displeased when Rafiq pulls Sam, our well-filled net and me onto dry land. After detaching several blue crabs from my clothes, I slowly get my breath back under the end of afternoon sun. Rafik himself seems to be dancing with impatience. I ask him why. I got to know the locals while you were playing at Frogman. They're impressed by your fishing. They're open to some trading. Something tells me they'll give us crab. Even though I'm not completely reassured. We don't really have any choice. We're starving. And I know Rafik's nobody's fool. A wave of hot air laden with sand slaps me in the face and recalls me back to reality, dragging me from my memories. The wind's so strong now, we're forced to shout to hear each other. I'm ready to point to the first adequate shelter. Once again, luck seems to smile on us when I glimpse, through the waves of dust, the outline of a long building, an old hangar or a warehouse. I signal to the company and we hurry toward the building. We circle the building until we find a way in. The structure must be at least 50 meters long by 7 or 8 wide. The huge silos that backed onto it have long since collapsed. The main door is sealed, but we find a side entrance which Rafik managed to force with a few big knocks from his shoulder. The contrast once inside is striking. Even the clatter of the debris on the metal roof seems gentle to us in comparison to the roar of the storm. Inaya and Son collapse on the floor as soon as they're through the door. Oh, this must be 2 of them. Rafik, do you remember the crabs? A grin sneaks across his face. Yeah, that was a good laugh. The crabs? Inaya and Son have got their breath back. They sit on the ground, their backs against a wall. It was a while before we met you. We were still on the coast. Rafik managed to get us invited to supper by the survivors of a flooded village. We were told that the coast was dangerous. Yes, they couldn't stay there much longer. The ocean is going to keep rising. In any case, your resources are very limited. Those people had almost nothing, but that didn't stop them sharing everything they did have with us. We were very lucky considering the circumstances. Still, it was a long time since you danced, Nora. We can thank them for giving us that moment to be carefree. Mommy's a great dancer. Yeah, and after Nora's dance, they have given us their mothers. Their musical instruments and wine. That helps. And the soup was good too. Did they have fresh water? A little. They developed a rudimentary filtration system. I used our resources to improve it. I even left them most of our fabric stock. I hope it will help them keep their system working a bit longer. What they did have lots of was crabs. Ah yes, the crabs. You even tried to bring some live ones in a bucket of water. Well, that wasn't a great idea. They didn't last long, the poor things. Yeah, that was a heartbreaker. They even tried to dig through the bottom of the bucket to find some cool. That's right, yes. Poor creatures, you really had to eat them to alleviate their suffering, didn't you? Fisk. You didn't exactly refuse to eat them either, if I remember right. In any case, that was all thanks to you, Rafik. If we hadn't made contact with those people, we'd never have shared that meal. What can you do? That's just how I am. Way cool. Nora chuckles. It would be way cool if you helped us set up camp. Inaya and Son aren't ready to get up yet, and Sam's fallen asleep on his pack. Rafik, Nora, and I set up what's needed for everyone to rest. All the same, I've often thought that you must have a plan in the back of your head, Rafik. Of course, but you won't like it. Keep talking. If we find another peaceful community after we've crossed this damn desert, we could set up a trade route between the two. Everyone will be better off. And us, we could, let's say, profit a little. You're right. No? I don't like it. I figured. You know very well it wouldn't work. Even if we find other communities, we can't act like the changes are going to stop here. The situation is going to keep getting worse. I know, but it's not going to happen in a day. We'd have a little time to get what we could out of the scam before we'd have to split. And a break would do us good, don't you think? Scam? I lift Sam and put him gently onto a makeshift bed before answering. I like that. But no. We have to keep going further north. Further north. Rafik shrugs, resigned. Okay. Suddenly, Nora calls us. It looks like there's something here. I examined the building floor with renewed interest. Soup sounds good? Why did I read that as soap sounds good, bro? Soap also sounds good, I think. Also, we are like, what, an hour into this game? Can somebody do a quick Google and see how many chapters there are to this game? Because I don't know how much longer I can continue reading. Oh my gosh, like I'm really into this game so far. But also, my god, the reading. After a moment, I discerned a kind of groove in the floor, and after clearing a thick layer of dust and rubble, I discovered a crudely forged bolted metal plate complete with 2 handles. Well spotted, Nora. Oh, thank you for the wellness check, Brownie. Yeah, I'll take another sip. A mocha would be a bad idea at this hour, right? Right. I don't have to wake up early tomorrow. Nat. Okay. Rafik and I take position on either side of the hatch. On 3? The plate is unwieldy, but we manage to lift it just enough to slide it over and clear the opening. The first thing we find is a thick layer of straw. Clearly very old. A strange smell immediately assails my nostrils. I gesture Rafik to back away. What is that? Cereal? Wheat, maybe? I sniff again. We should ventilate. Help me. Beneath the curious gaze of my companions, I climb onto Rafik's shoulders to reach a little window high up. After several bangs on the lintel, it finally yields, letting the sand and burning air rush in and almost making me lose my balance. The screaming of the wind and the deafening thunder of the sand on the sheet metal fill our shelter, but I'd rather that than asphyxiate. Once the room has been aired, I go back to get a handful of grains to examine more closely. Did you find wheat? Is it still good? It looks more like barley, in fact. It seems fine. I look at the grains in the palm of my hand. It's hard not to be moved by the beauty of these precious, fragile little pearls. They store them underground? I nod. It's a very old method, not well known and hard to implement. I've heard tell that you could preserve cereals for decades this way. Saying that, I think it would be better to wait a few hours for the gas to escape before checking if it's edible. Naya and Son speak to each other in low voices. Rafik's already looking for fuel to make a fire, and Nora has begun to set up the camp. Okay, camp. The game already established a reason for the fall of mankind, coffee. But I need some, extra energy to like push me through one ending of this game, It's a lot of reading. Okay, camp. Oh, our rations are bad. You have tea though? But it's doing nothing because I require more energy than average for like games that have a lot of reading. Okay, we need expedition. And I go myself. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna send like 2 people at a time. Hopefully that's going to be enough. Old well. It's a little damp. It's possible to bring up a bit of water. Okay. Oh, that's not a lot. Nuggies? I'm not hungry, that's the thing. In the early hours, I'm up before the others. Actually, it would help if... Boba? No. No place would be open now. And I don't think it would do anything. It's fine, I'll just tough it out. It adds to the immersive experience of this post-apocalyptic wasteland. If my throat also continues to dry out. Oh man. But yeah, Brownie, since you're here, do you mind doing a quick Google for me to see how many chapters there are in one run-through of this game? In the early hours, I'm up before the others. The storm has passed, the wind is still blowing, but there's no more gale. What? Danny-kun, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Also, I want to preface that, like, I'm really enjoying this game, but, like, reading things out loud is extremely tiring. Son is still sleeping, but Inaya has just woken up. I'm telling myself I should wait until they're both there before I talk to them when she approaches me. I begin the conversation calmly. Good morning, Inaya. Did you sleep well? Danny-kun, hi! I hope you're well and comfy. I am! How are you? How did you find the channel? Welcome in, welcome in. Yes, thank you. Did you want to say something to me? Actually, yes. We sit down on the bags near the still warm embers of last night's fire. Look, Camille. Son and I talked a lot yesterday. There's grain here and a little water. Maybe we could even grow something. We thought we could stay here a while. I don't answer right away. I'm lost in the memory of the events that led to our first meeting with the young couple. It's a few weeks now since it happened. I can see the scene now, the smell, the heat. Do they want to leave the party? You appeared and recommended. Oh, nice. Also, I'm alright, mostly just dealing with my sore throat. I had COVID last week. Oh, no. I hope you're recovering well. I've heard of some people who have had really, really long recovery periods post-COVID. I hope yours gets over itself quickly. But yeah, welcome in. It's good to have you here. The stones and the asphalt are so hot, they make the world writhe. The air is distorted in ripples like a lurid dance that sometimes gives the enticing illusion that the surfaces are damp. But they're not. Everything is, of course, completely dry. Sooty ashes float in the foul-smelling air, and the sky is murky as though masked by a thick cloak of fog in shifting colors. Our route leads us to the outskirts of some big city I don't know the name of. I know it's a big risk. At any moment, a group of looters could choose to target us, but we have no choice. We critically need water and food to continue our journey. And the rural areas have proven to be deserted, burned, long abandoned. So we move cautiously through the suburbs of the old city, the stench of burning and smoke all around us. For the time being, we haven't encountered anyone, but several clues lead us to think that the area is still occupied. Or at least it was, not long ago, judging from the underlying stench of putrefaction. Putrefaction? Also, I'm dying. Oh no. I feel you, dude. I signal a stop to our small group. Rafiq, Nora, and Sam come closer and we speak in hushed tones. We shouldn't hang around here. I know. Sam huddles against his mother. You alright, buddy? He nods, but I can see that he's ill at ease. Since we got near the city, Sam's been very nervous. I stroke his cheek fondly. Can we leave, Daddy? Yes, don't worry, we'll leave soon. Nora frowns. I don't think we'll find anything here. We need to go further in. Yeah. My companions are right, but I'm not sure I know what to do next. Let's ask Nora. What would be least risky, Nora? She thinks it over for a few seconds before replying. The two of us will be faster and more inconspicuous. Rafiq can stay hidden with Sam and the bags. Okay. Sam clings even tighter to his mother. She hugs him, trying to calm him. Hey, it'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll be back very soon. Don't worry, Sam. We'll have a bit of a rest. He pulled a pair of dice from his pocket and rolls them in the palm of his hand. The tiny little wooden cubes knock against each other, making an oddly soothing clicking. And I have to get my own back after our last game. What do you say? Sam agrees, but still clings to Nora. I quickly look over our surroundings while she coaxes him again. Finally, I notice a small building, a little set back. I enter carefully through a smashed window. Many of the walls have collapsed, but it still seems to be holding up. The place has already been ransacked, which makes it a better hideout. I signal the others to join me. Rafiq gathers our packs out of sight, and we make up a little nest of blankets for Sam. Nora and I leave them a little water before we go. I take a flask and an empty bag. Nora takes her stick. She mostly uses it for walking, but it's also a weapon that she masters well. I don't like the idea that we'll be forced to fight, but I know that we may not have any choice. We start running, making as little sound as possible. Dude, I love the music in this game. Nora stays a few paces ahead of me. We advance in silence, all our senses on alert to detect any possible inhabitants. The road we take hits down into the heart of the city. It's flanked by low buildings with stores at street level. I hear raised voices in the distance, but I can't pinpoint the source. I continue with even more caution. Sometimes I'm obliged to step over dead bodies. Most of them are long dried up. No one is bothered to take care of their remains. The further I go into the city, the stronger the stench. After passing a large crossroads, I descend until I reach an old cafe where I can make out figures inside. I stop by the broken store window and glance inside. There are two people busy by the counter. Men, clearly occupied with sorting through materials heaped on the counter. Food, water, everything we need. I'm about to advance on them when I feel Nora's hand on my arm. She shows me, with a glance, a shotgun that I hadn't noticed resting on the table. She takes a deep breath, tightens her fingers around her stick, and signals me not to move. I know full well that she's about to spring on them, using the element of surprise to try and neutralize them. Oh no. Are these people like... Do they seem like the kind of people who would want to negotiate with us though? Not really. I decide to go with her. We slip as silently as possible into the room. But even using the overturned tables to cover our advance, we're soon spotted. One of the two men lets out a shout of warning and scrambles for the shotgun. Nora jumps out to cut him off. I rush toward the other one and grab him by the shoulders. I'm choking as his stench assails me when I receive his elbow in my ribs. I stagger, gasping. He turns, brandishing a large rusty axe. I back away quickly and snatch up a stool to try to defend myself. I'm just realizing that this was a stupid idea when Nora's stick slams down on my adversary's head. He collapses in a heap. The two men seem to be out of action. I put the stool down and hurry to help Nora carry away as much as possible before anyone else turns up. As we're leaving the cafe, I hear yells and sounds of a convoy coming from above. It looks like our retreat is cut off. Nora hesitates. She'd be prepared to face down a battalion barehanded to get back to Sam. I take her on gently. Nora, no. Come on, we'll get round further down. She nods and we leave at a run. I'm praying nobody spots us before we can disappear around the corner of the next road. We hasten across a large square. I catch sight of human figures in some of the buildings, but they don't intervene. We veer from alley to alley, hoping to shake our pursuers. The further we go, the more we encounter poor folk busy digging through the detritus. They barely look up as we pass, but they vanish rapidly when they see the men chasing us. Soon, we reach the heart of the old city, paved roads lined with stone arches. This part of the city must have been magnificent in a different time. Unfortunately, the layout of the streets becomes maze-like, and I'm less and less confident of our chances of escape. I'm beginning to panic when a door opens in our path. An elderly woman steps out and urges us quickly inside. I turn to check with Nora. It's really not the moment to hesitate, Camille, but I just wanted to check if she was gonna follow. In the gloom, we can make out a large, untidy room. There are several people sitting or lying on the floor. The old woman who had opened the door for us directs us to hurry to a small stairway that descends into the cellar. Huh. Also, I tried googling but couldn't find proper info on chapter count, possibly 3, but the game is supposed to be around 3 to 4 hours. Yeah. Maybe like 3 or 4, I'm thinking. Since the first chapter took about an hour. Yeah, I guess so. 3 or 4. We descend into an even darker area, barely illuminated by a single candle. It looks like a former storage area, now converted into a dorm. The smell is unpleasant, but the cool of the underground room is far more bearable than the heat outside. The woman invites us to sit, which we do with relief. We soon hear upheaval upstairs, but we remain silent. There is some discussion, then the noises fade away. We remain in complete silence for a few more minutes before thanking our benefactress. I express myself in a broken Spanish that she seems to understand. Nora listens patiently to our conversation. Thank you so much. I did what I had to do. You are travelers, aren't you? Yes, we come from the south. I'm Camille, and this is my wife, Nora. Nora greets her respectfully with a graceful nod. I'm Marina. Where are you going? North. Marina nods. To where? I don't know. As far as it takes. She nods again. Yes, that's good. I've got something for you. She disappears through the trapdoor, gesturing us to wait. Or is it gesturing? I use this moment of quiet to take Nora's hands. Her hands, worn as they are, seem to me the softest thing in the world. Our fingers weave together like threads of the same fabric. We enjoy the simple relief of being, both of us, alive. We have to find Sam. Yes, Can she help us? I think so. A few minutes later, Marina comes back down and proffers me an old battered map. Look, this is for you. I've been waiting to give it to you. You've been waiting for us? Yes. Yes. What do you mean? I don't understand. It doesn't matter. Listen. The roads aren't safe. There are many dangers and much despair. If you follow the route on the map, you'll be away from the big roads. Oh, so when we referred to the map from the old lady like a few weeks ago, this is the old lady. Okay. I'm grateful, but I suspect that this poor woman has lost her mind. I don't know what to say. Thank you. And you do something for me in return. Very well. Tell me what I can do. I'll help you get out of the city. There is a path. On the path, there is a house with green walls and a red door. You must stop there. Alright, and then? And then it's up to you. She takes my hands between her own. Now rest. It will soon be night and you can leave. I have things to do. And she leaves us there. We use this moment of respite to take stock of what we've picked up. We've had incredible luck. There are several liters of water, dried meat, and cereals. We've put some aside for the people who live here, and we pack up the rest carefully. Night falls quickly and Marina reappears. The way is clear. Are you ready? Yes. Here, that's for you. I indicate the items packed up for her. Thank you for hiding us. She nods her head with feeling, seeing the little pile of provisions. She takes my hand and Nora's in her own. Thank you, my children. She drinks several mouthfuls from the can of water before catching her breath. Come now, follow me. We follow her to the ground floor. She exchanges a few words with an old man who heads down to the cellar to see to the distribution of the rations. Everyone hails us as we leave the room. They call us the walkers, caminantes, with respect in their voices as though it were an honorific. Outside, the night is stifling. The temperature hasn't really dropped, even if it's a little bit more bearable without the sun's burning light. The night sky is shrouded with a reddish glow, although the city lighting hasn't worked for a long time. Marina follows my gaze and explains in a resigned tone. It's the fires. The city burns all the time. We don't notice it in the daytime, but at night, it's never truly dark. That explains the lingering smoke that's covered the sky since we arrived. She sighs. Me falta las estrellas? I suppose that at least some of the fires are accidental. Marina leads us in the shadow through a maze of narrow alleyways. After we descend a flight of stone steps, we discover a vast plaza. Before us, amongst the ruins of the city, stands an immense cathedral. The size of the building astounds me. In the square, at the foot of the monumental stair that leads up to the facade, people are kneeling, lit by a few candles, there among the other bodies eternally still, that lay on the paving. I stop to gaze. I notice the ridiculously intricate swirls of the Baroque facade and below the voices intoning desperate prayers. Nora pulls on my hand, dragging me back to reality. We walk along the square in silence. Then we take several climbing roads. Protected by the darkness, we cross a large part of the city unhindered. I point out the direction of Rafik and Sam's hideout to Marina. She nods and continues to guide us. When we near the house, Nora and I hurry inside. Rafik is right there, keeping guard. Well now, it's about time. Sorry, we had a few incidents. How's Sam? Rafik frowns. So, he was very agitated, but he finally dropped off. Is he ill? No, but you know. Yes, we know, Nora and I. Sam tends to freak out when he's anxious. He was very tired. I'm sure he'll be better when he's had something to eat and drink. We invite Marina to join us, and we take the time to recount our adventures to Rafik over a frugal meal. Sam wakes up and comes over to snuggle in Nora's arms for a long while, then in mine before having any food. He devours everything we offer him except the dried meat, which he refuses to touch. Since he's woken up, Marina hasn't taken her eyes off Sam. She seems hypnotized. There aren't many children around here, is that it? No. Marina seems overwhelmed by her emotions. I speak to Rafik. We agreed to do a favor for Marina to thank her for her help. She told us about a house where we have to stop before we continue our journey. I give our benefactress a questioning look, but she simply encourages me with a nod of her head. And in fact, I don't really know what we'll do there. Nobody can know for you what you must do. A hush follows this statement. That's deep. I feel like most of the dialogue is like amazing and like literary and like, and then there's Nora. She's just like, oh, that's deep. Bro. Like, is it just because Camille is my narrator right now? If my narrator was Nora, would like all the dialogue be just like, that's deep, bro. It kind of reminds me of the Lord of the Rings writing style, actually. Doesn't it? Yeah. No, I really enjoy this kind of writing style. Although it is a pain to read out loud. I can feel my voice turning hoarse already. But it reminds me a lot of Disco Elysium. Probably, lol. Oh yeah, wait, thank you for the wellness check. Luckily, I have 3 cups of drinks. I just finished my first cup. It's my second cup of non-caffeinated tea. Is that bean juice? No, it's red date tea. Or like wolfberry tea, I guess. Okay. Bigger bean juice. It's also got longans, so I guess depending on what you consider a bean. Red date tea? Not that. Marina waves away Nora's remark. There are 2 young people there. They need your help. They cannot stay there. Are they friends of yours? She shrugs, but doesn't reply. Why? This time she grips my arm and looks at me, her face grave. You ask too many questions. You owe me a favor. And I'll keep my word. Rafik cements the deal. Okay. Well, we've got an objective anyway, and we stayed here long enough. Let's get going. We gather our things. Marina wishes us farewell. So she's the one that sends us to Inaya and Son? Before leaving, she throws herself at Sam's feet and utters a prayer to her god. Sam's not sure what to do. He strokes her hair awkwardly and helps her up. She wipes away the tears that stream down her cheeks and leaves with a faltering step after throwing a final blessing at us. Once loaded with our packs, we begin walking the streets of the upper city, in search of the house with green walls. It's the small hours of night, but the sky is still obscured. I hope we won't find ourselves trapped by the flames. Rafik walks at my side, while Sam makes the most of his mother's presence. Nice work, Camille. You did a good job, you and Nora. We'll be able to hold on for several weeks with what you found. Mostly thanks to Nora, yeah. As usual, you're kind of useless, but we love you anyway, you know. Says the guy who stayed hidden playing dice. You were happy enough to have me look after your sprog while you and your bird were goofing off in town. Touché, I stand corrected. Tell me, in your opinion, The dried meat you found? What kind of meat is it, do you think? It looks like pig. That was a specialty of this region before, I think. The moment I say the words, I'm gripped by doubt. Rafik shrugs. You know, I haven't seen many pigs around here. I'm not even appalled by the idea that it could be human flesh. I didn't even think of that. I just sink deeper into apathy and resentment. Could we, one day, drag ourselves from this chasm of atrocity? Will we be able to live a normal life again? Yeah, eat the human. We've got no choice. We need the protein. Suit yourself, but in any case, I don't think Sam will eat it. Do you think he knows? How could that be possible? It's Sam. He knows things. I'm thinking of a cryptic comment as Sam catches up with us and points out the house. Daddy, isn't it that one? The house? Despite the murk, we can detect the green walls that contrast with the peeling red paint of the door. The whole place is in a bad state. The facade is blackened by a fire that has clearly ravaged the surroundings. The blinds are patched together and the windows barricaded. Not knowing what to do, I simply knock on the door. Nora grasps my arm as I'm about to head for the doorstep. Hang on, Camille. I'm going to check out the house first. She disappears around the corner of the building. We wait in silence. She reappears a few minutes later and announces in a low voice. 2 people in a room on the west side. I think they spotted us and they're hiding. We better let them know we don't mean them any harm, right? Okay, but how? Rafik shrugs and suddenly knocks on the door several times, announcing in a loud voice. Don't be scared. We don't mean you any harm. We watch Rafik, baffled. Wow, talk about subtle. Sam giggles. I'm torn between amusement and concern. Sam's laughter is catching. We're surprised to give in one by one to the unexpected hilarity. Rafik pretends to be annoyed. Sure, it's easy to make fun of the people who take the initiative. That's true, Rafik. Luckily you're here to show us the way. Yeah, the way. Way too loud. I'm aware it's not all that funny, but it sets us off into another paroxysm of laughter. After a minute, I notice between peals of laughter the door is open. 2 young people are watching us with astonishment. This is our first contact with Inaya and Son. They're thin, weary, pretty dirty. I don't know how long they've been hiding here, but they're clearly terrified. Who are you? We're travelers. We won't hurt you. Travelers? Yes, Marina sent us. Marina sent us? They exchange glances. Do you know Marina? They nod and invite us in. There's a pungent smell inside. Rancid. Marina's a friend. She helped us to escape. Escape? The city is divided between several armed militias. It was okay with the first gang. We had to work hard, but it was okay. But when they were attacked by another gang, they moved us. And we were held by force down there, forced to... She's overcome. Her companion takes her in his arms and she nestles against his chest. We've been here for days. I know they're still looking for us. If they find us, they'll kill us or worse. I sense Nora's frown. I can almost hear her fury snarl. It's infuriating, even if we knew it. Of course, slavery. Of course, the domination and exploitation of the weakest. When will it stop? Sam steps forward and takes my hand. Can we give them something to eat, Daddy? Yes, of course. They're shocked as they finally notice Sam. A child. He's so beautiful. She kneels to put herself at Sam's height and ruffles his hair. My name's Sam. I'm Camille. This is Nora and Rafik. They introduce themselves in turn and we offer them food and drink. Inaya and Son fill their bellies, weeping with joy. They thank us at almost every mouthful. I'm a little embarrassed and decide to give them some privacy for their meal. I used the chance to gather Rafik and Nora around me. We can't leave them here. You want to bring them along? On the road with us? I think I might suggest it to them anyway. Do you disagree? Well, it's fine, but they can hardly stand. It's going to slow us down a lot. How far do you want them to come with us? I don't know. As far as possible? Ooh. Yeah. Our resources are a bit limited, but there'll be more of us to try to find more. In the end, Inaya and Son walked at our sides for long weeks. They bonded with each of us and have shown themselves brave and willing. But today I know they're facing a difficult choice. Now, Inaya is here in front of me waiting for my reaction. So what do you say, Camille? We could settle in this barn. Ooh, do I ask them to stay here or ask them to come with? Ooh. I feel like it's dangerous, and the I don't know, the odds of them like being able to actually grow something here is gonna be like super low. Yeah, with I think. First off, you won't last long eating nothing but barley, and it's not even certain it's edible. And also, I think you're risking getting an unpleasant visit at any moment. But we're too exhausted to go back on the road, Camille. I understand, Inaya. What if we all stay for a while? That's not a bad idea. Okay, listen, we'll all stay here a few days. A break will do us all good. Thank you, Camille. She smiles warmly. But you'll leave with us afterwards, okay? Yes, you're right. It's too dangerous to stay here. I can read the doubt on her face, then she lets out a breath. I think I'm pregnant! Girl! I wasn't expecting that news at all. I don't say anything, allowing myself the time to digest this new information. Oof. I know there's not much chance of it working out, but if I keep exhausting myself, it won't help. I nod. I see. Don't worry. Take a few days to rest. We'll do what we can to help you. I guess no condom ads in 2090? Haha, no! We unpack our things again. As we'll be staying put for a few days, I take the time to make the bedding more comfortable for everyone. We might as well use this break to get as well rested as possible. We decide to stay in the camp the first day. We cook and ingest a small quantity of barley to check if it's edible. Rafik works on the old well to try and get as much water as possible from it, but the potential stays small. We're exhausted, starving. We won't last much longer at this rate. We have to make a decision. The next morning, the weather is set fair. I can't decide whether to organize an expedition, to explore the surroundings, or to at least check that we're not under threat from a gang of looters. Rafik. We take a minimum of supplies and leave to explore the area. Okay, we get materials, we get pans, tools. Oh, hi! Hera, hello! Welcome in! We're playing End of Lines. It's a interactive graphic novel type game. Why is my sister calling me? Neon? I think it was a mistaken call. Okay, anyway. Alright. Dust cloud to the west. We break camp, I think, because of the dust cloud. Okay. 1 hour later, we're once again on the road, all 6 of us. The scenery has subtly changed. The desolate plains are now scattered with charred trees. Their silhouettes are disturbing, bristling with blackened branches. They bring to mind hands twisted with pain, frozen in one last gasp. Sometimes a tree suddenly collapses under the wind. It breaks and slumps with a series of sinister cracks, then scatters in clouds of sooty dust. The agonized groans of these wretched plants punctuate our otherwise silent march. After some days of walking, I notice a strange phenomenon in the distance, in our path. The sky is obscured by some kind of vast cloud that is moving far too fast, accompanied by a kind of distant buzzing. Hi, Piatsum! I'm getting legit Disco Elysium vibes with the text and font, right? No, this game is so good so far. How are you guys, by the way? How was your day? How is your week going so far? Oh my god, Neon just texted me. Did you call me or did my phone just suddenly start calling you? Lol. I didn't call you. You started calling me. What? Is your phone haunted? Oh my god. Oh my god. Spooky. We laugh for like 30 minutes straight in Scribble. Oh, is it a Scriblio? It's like Pictionary, right? She sent me the sticker with cat with the gun. Don't start now. I need to sleep. You're fine. Go sleep. Good night. Oh my god. I stopped the company to try to make sense of what I've seen. Rafik comes over and announces in a grim voice. Locusts! Oh, I splutter with surprise. A cloud that size? There must be hundreds of millions of locusts. Yep, that's right. There's not a thing left to eat for miles around. How do they survive? Do they eat each other or what? No, but those creatures can cross amazing distances. What do we do? He shrugs. We can try to go through. I don't think they'll try to eat us. Sure, but us though. We could eat them, right? Ah! I don't want to eat locusts. Yep, we could eat them toasted or crush them into a powder. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. It's very nourishing and it keeps a long time. Are you crazy? We're not going through that. Inaya looks at the sky with revulsion. Really? I think it's more than I can handle. I loathed insects, especially the flying ones, but those are the worst, just thinking about it. She doesn't finish her sentence, but the shudder that shakes from her head to foot speaks volumes. Well, we could also try to go around it. If we head north, we should be able to avoid it completely. Rafik gives a disapproving groan. But surely we're not going to miss out on a food source, Camille. I sigh. Inaya's disgust is understandable. I know this type of thing isn't rational, and that she'll have a hard time overcoming it. It's difficult to impose this trial on her. Sam, who's come closer, suddenly says, I thought we mustn't go to the north. We look at him, startled. Why's that? Because I heard that. Seeing the doubt in my face, he adds, Someone told me. A heavy silence follows this statement. I know Sam's been having visions for some time, even if he rarely speaks of it. They're probably hallucinations brought on by post-traumatic stress. But Rafik seems to give them some credence and Nora has remained silent on the matter. I approached Sam and asked him gently, "You want to tell me about it?" He hesitates. "Did you see somebody? A long time ago?" "No, he just went past. There." I'm sure that nobody has gone past the place where he's pointing. We couldn't have not seen them. Except that it wasn't really someone. It was like something left over after. Oh my god, can Sam see like ghosts and stuff? After what? After when you're dead. Ghosts? Yeah, sort of. You saw a ghost. Sam nods. And it told you something? Yes, he said not to go to the north. I think over my next question. Can you describe it to me? It was a man. He passed just there. He came from that direction. Sam points toward the north. How did he look, this man? I don't know. He looked like he was looking for a hope. Or looking for hope. But how was he dressed, for example? I'm not sure. He had a hat. A hat? And he kept clearing his throat as if something was squeezing his throat and stopping him from breathing. Sam struggles to find the words. He's close to tears. Take your time, honey. Breathe. He obeys and composes himself. Sorry, Daddy. It's hard to explain. A bit like when you try to tell someone about a dream, you know? Yes, I understand, my angel. The more I try to talk about it, the more it gets all fuzzy. The tears are returning. I can maybe ask him one last question. Do you often see things that other people don't see? Only people. Do they scare you? A bit, sometimes. But it's not really their fault. It's just that sometimes they look weird. Sam seems desperately sorry and frustrated not to be able to give me more detail. He collapses in tears. I take him in my arms and rock him gently until he's calm. I won't push him further. Okay, buddy. It's over. We'll stop there. I'm sorry, Daddy. I can't help you more. You already did fine. Don't worry. I'm at a loss. I want to help Sam make it so his vision stop, but I don't know how. Nah, you need a bomo for this, man. I turn to the others. Nora has come over to take Sam in her arms. Rafik simply shakes his head thoughtfully, clearly moved by what he's just heard. Rafik? Yep. What do you think? I think that I have absolutely no desire to head north. But well, it's up to you, Camille. He gives me a friendly clap on the shoulder. We'll follow you no matter what. I straighten up. The buzzing has gotten louder. The cloud of locusts is more and more imposing and moves at an astounding speed. The creatures are probably starving in quest of plant life to ravage. I have to decide fast. I take a deep breath, something happens, and a jarring memory surfaces in my mind. I push the gate open with my small hands and creep inside. When I enter my father's garden, I always have the feeling I'm entering an enchanted world. A place where anything can happen. The buzzing of the busy bees, the aromatic plants that push against each other in a joyous cacophony of the senses. The mingled scents of lavender, coriander, and thyme intoxicate me as I hop along the lopsided little flagstones which wind between the bushes and the climbing plants to the small vegetable patch. Avoiding the wild little worker bees, I linger near the flowers, gaping, the tip of my nose almost touching them. I squint inside, holding my breath, in the hope of seeing a fairy come out, or a sprite, or some other marvelous creature we still had the right to believe in when we were children back then. My father's awakening began in a pot of honey. He ate it perennially until the day that he learned, in the documentary, that honey, true honey, was about to become a thing of the past. because the bees were too. So much so that honey factories were adding sugar syrup to the honey to keep up with demand. It was from that rather selfish stimulus that he started finding out. A lot. I can see him, standing in the midst of his magic garden, the smile on his face as he watches my approach. The crazy plants press around me, the flower stems brush against my legs and elbows. Some of them tower above me. Do you like honey, Camille? I guess. I don't remember that. I don't remember the taste. The memory is there, but sweet as it could have been, it's become too bitter for me to touch on. Even here, in the safety of my father's garden, even with the bees buzzing softly around my ears. If I could have guessed that this sound would one day be gone from my universe, if I could have, what would I have done? I'm sorry, son. I wish I'd known sooner. I'm not sure you could have done anything, just you alone in your fairy tale garden. I wanted so much to help the bees save the world. I wish I could have done something to stop something to have stopped the whole world from withering away. You did what you could, Dad. We had hope, when I began all this garden for us, for the bees, the hope that it wasn't too late. That's why we had your little sister. My mother has just appeared behind me as if by magic. In this garden, a possibility still allowed. One hand resting on her slightly rounded belly, she watches me with infinite affection. She joins my father and plants a kiss on his cheek, tanned by a sun already high, already too hot. The two of them watch me in silence, creating that barrier of love and sweetness around me that I had forgotten. I haven't been a child for a long time. Conflicting emotions fill me, recalling this moment where I learned that a little sister would now come with me through life. The moment I break the silence, I don't remember how I reacted as a child. I understand. Since I've had Sam, I can't help but understand. He too is hope for Nora and I, for all of us really. I just hope he doesn't blame me. A child doesn't ask that kind of question, my love. He lives with his time. He's not aware of all that happened long ago. And even so, I strongly doubt he would condemn you and Nora for giving birth to him. What will I tell him when he asks me one day why we brought him into such a world, if I'm still there to hear him ask it? Don't talk like that, Camille. You're sensible, and you've always been resourceful. We didn't know that would be so helpful to you in the future. But it comforted us a bit, your father and I, when things began to get complicated, seeing this mute strength in you growing inexorably. I'm sure you'll figure out how to be there for your child always, no matter what happens. Mom, you don't know. You can't know, and perhaps that's for the best. Everything is so hard now. I'm shaking like a leaf. The words muddled in my child's throat, the injustice of what's happening to us, of what we must endure, makes my heart burn with fury. I'm here and now, in the arms of my mother where I can still be a child, still be not strong. I weep like the child I was. Powerful sobs, incoherent and stuffed with hiccups. Sobs like I haven't allowed myself for years, perhaps since Sam was born. The illusion of unwavering strength that I forced myself to show. Why, after all? My mother clasps me in her arms and my father joins us, resting his large hand on my head. We thought we were able to protect you from everything. We felt invincible for a while. Forgive us, Camille. Forgive us for everything. I want to answer them, to tell them that I too am sorry, that nobody could have imagined, truly imagined, how far everything would be screwed up. If I can't speak anymore or even breathe properly, salt engulfs my throat, tiny spines scratch at my face, and the strange dream with notes of memory flees in a panic movement of scrabbling away a locust which clings obstinately to my beard. present imposes itself once more. Barely seconds have passed. A few seconds of infinity. I have to make a decision. Shit. Ugh. We have to go through the swarm, right? I think we do. We could set up a tent here and wait for them to arrive. That way Inaya and Sam could stay relatively safe, and the rest of us can go out in pairs with something to catch enough of the locusts to make up our food reserves. We'll exhaust ourselves less than all of us trying to cross straight through. Hey, no! I want to come catch locusts too. They don't scare me. Then you come with us, Sam. I considered this suggestion for a moment before speaking. Okay. We could take shelter for a few hours, take turns to get some rest. Only the concept of rest is going to be pretty nebulous with the infernal racket these creatures are making. Perhaps if we put bits of cloth in our ears, we could muffle the noise? Let's try. We'll see. Rafiq's right. It would be a pity to miss out on a food source. Imagine catching locusts for a food source. Oh my god. Although I do know some people who eat bugs. Like, for fun. Like, for protein. Because they are, like, good sources of protein. Just, like, not for me. Inaya doesn't seem delighted with this decision. She opens her mouth to speak. Then, exchanging a helpless look with Sohn, she changes her mind, seeing that everyone has begun bustling about to put up the tent before the locusts arrive. Then we all wait inside for the wave to hit us. At the moment that first insects begin to land on the tent, Inaya lets out a terrified scream and cowers against Sohn, closing her eyes. We instinctively huddle together, gasping, plugging our ears as best we can with shreds of fabric from our store. After a muffled, torpid moment, where we all try to get used to the incessant whirring that drones right through to our bowels, Rafiq stands up. He's frowning with discomfort, but his voice is still full of determination when he says as he heads for the tent entrance. Let's not lose any time. I'm going out to gather a batch of our little plant-eating pals. Who's coming with me? They are somewhat large. Oh no! At the moment I'm about to join him, one of the tent pegs, despite having been carefully anchored in the ground, comes loose. The movement drives me to my knees as I push back the tent canvas which clings to my body. Nora and Rafiq come to help me out, pushing back the insect-laden cloth which has begun to engulf our shelter. We've underestimated the mass of the locusts and the airstream caused by their movement, and the tent won't hold out long at this rate. Inaya starts screaming, panicked, and Sohn takes her in his arms, covering her with his cloak so she doesn't see the locusts that have begun to climb over them. I'm so sorry, Inaya. Let's pack up. The tent won't hold out under the weight of the locusts. There's no choice. We'll have to go through the swarm. The noise rapidly becomes deafening and the swarm of locusts abruptly darkens. They fly at astounding speed. We're forced to cover our heads and the rest of our bodies with cloth to absorb the collisions. Their number is terrifying, but the size of the creatures is even more astonishing. The biggest ones are almost the size of my hand. I've never seen anything like it. We move forward as well as we can, Sohn protecting a catatonic Inaya with his cloak. The shock has been too drastic, and I profoundly blame myself for forcing her to face her fears in such a way. Sohn's exhausted from making her continue and finally gives up. They end up stopping walking after only a few hours. I regret insisting so much that they come with us. I only hope that they'll manage to join us again when the locusts have passed. Rafiq uses a big sack made from a blanket to capture the insects. The night falls, we're still laboriously advancing through the interminable swarm. Nora points out a structure that I hadn't noticed on our right. It's a long stone building, probably an old chapel. We could certainly take shelter there for a few hours at least. Even inside, the locusts are numerous, but we can finally uncover our faces and sit for a while. Nora prepares the fire straight away, while Rafiq gets busy making insect skewers. I've attached a colored fabric outside so that Son and Inaya know that we've taken shelter there. I watch the entry, hoping at any second they'll come through the door and shelter at our sides. But they don't come. Wait, are they just gone? Forever now? Oh, shit. Well. Despite their unappetizing appearance, I have to admit that once toasted, the locusts are pretty tasty. I don't know about you, but me, these are my favorite insects. And what's the insect you like least? Mosquitoes! Oh yes, the locusts are bigger and noisier, a bit like you. But at least they don't carry malaria. Or wait, does that mean we just have more food now? Are they still part of our party? Oh my god. And most importantly, you can't eat mosquitoes. That's true. On the other hand, if there was even the smallest chance of anything growing around here, it's just been reduced to nothing. The heavy silence which follows my remark reminds me of Inaya and Son. The hope of their survival shrinks a little more. Nora tries to diffuse the conversation. However, I don't remember them biting that much, these things. Oh, you think that's weird too? Bite's a bit of an overstatement. They nip a bit, that's all. It still really hurts. Sam rubs his arms and legs. I don't know how long it is since they ate something either. Are they just gone? Okay, they drink a lot of water to wash down the insects. Okay, then the locust fades. We have to ration our supplies. This won't be feasible much longer. We have to go and find them. Send Nora. Send Sam! Don't send Sam! Oh my god. Oh, there! The expedition finds Son and Inaya at the side of the road. Poor Inaya is petrified. Son is collapsing with exhaustion. We're obliged to concentrate our efforts to get them back safe and sound. Afterward, they need several hours of rest and quiet before they can go on. Okay. Oh my god. Ooh, this game, man. Really good so far, though. But holy shit. It would be interesting if there was more gameplay, I think. Although I know it is meant to be like an interactive graphic novel, it would be really interesting if we could have more camp points and more points to like make a decision. Although I think at the moment it's quite balanced. But yeah. Pretty cool so far. Now we descend into a hilly region. The terrain is even more arid. The road is flanked by ancient vineyards, long deserted, now invaded by spiny bushes so dry and grey we can't tell if they're dead or alive. By and by, at a bend in the dusty trail, we discover below us a wide valley, in the hollow of which can be seen the disquieting shapes of patched-up old dwellings. They're nothing but flimsy constructions of sheet metal, steel and scrap, to protect the fragile herd animals that we are. I wave to the others to join me. Did you see? Yup, there are people. Lots of people. At first glance, I'd say it's a big temporary camp that's become permanent, and it's probably well guarded. Huh. We've heard talk about this area even if we never thought to see with our own eyes. The approaches are guarded by the slavers. They control the path to the north and assemble the refugees in camps on this side of the mountains. They force them to work for them. What do you mean? Son shrugs. They use them to do all the thankless and physical jobs until they're worn out. Some are sold to the highest bidder, and those who don't survive, they use their meat. That's what they say anyway. Sam comes to cling to me. He's trembling a little. They're probably armed to the teeth. Yes, but we're at the very edge of the camps. There wouldn't be much risk in discreetly gathering some information. Exactly. Nora and I could go and take a look. Rafiq clears his throat. I know you're faster and quieter than me, but I think we may have an opportunity here. With those people there may be a way to do well out of this. Do well? You mean trade with them? But we've got nothing to offer. Rafiq grins at me. On the contrary, I think we've got a big stock of the one thing they need most. A bath. No, hope. Yes, we haven't got a bath, mommy. Very true. Spell it out. Rafiq lets us gather around him before explaining. There has to be food in the camp. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people in the same place. Not enough for everyone, it would seem. Quite, but plenty for a small company. You want to steal their provisions? No, at least not exactly. Rafiq. He flaps his hand at me to wait and keeps talking. If we pick a few people and offer to take them north with us in exchange for some resources, it's up to them to figure out how to get them to us. And you don't care how they get them? Frankly, no. Then what? How do we get them out? With us, of course. And us, exactly. How do we get out? Well, I don't know yet, but what I do know is that we think better with full bellies. I don't much like the way Rafiq sees things, but he's right that we do represent the best chance those people have of one day getting across the mountains. If we could make a few allies, that would certainly be a good thing. We'll see. Are you ready, Nora? She nods. Let's go. We steal down to the first shelters. The sour odor of human filth quickly intensifies. Ooh, do we mask up or uncovered? This might help with us gaining trust, right? Uncovered, I guess? The closer we get, the more obvious it is that the people here are no threat. They drag their gaunt figures with difficulty amongst the metal debris in the makeshift stone shelters. They look to be at the end of their strength, and most of them are missing one or more limbs or are badly wounded. Suddenly, raised voices drown out the groans and hacking coughs, prompting us to take cover against one of the buildings. We watch as a small group of men go past, dressed in combat fatigues and carrying a motley selection of firearms from assault rifles to shotguns. They roughly push the poor unfortunates out of their way. They carry out what looks like a camp inspection, but they don't linger. Finally, they select 3, slightly younger and less sick than the others, and force them to follow them to another area of the camp, enclosed by fencing and barbed wire. We follow. After making a circuit of the camp, the patrol push their captives to a wire gate. There's another camp, better sealed off. The 2 camps are separated by a few dozen meters of dusty earth. The only way to get from one to the other seems to be a corridor of barbed wire. When the patrol has disappeared between the fences, or behind the fences, Nora and I continue our careful approach of the first camp. They don't notice us immediately. All of them are too busy with simply surviving a day, an hour, a minute longer. They set out several grubby canisters around the camp, probably trying to collect rainwater, but the containers remain woefully dry. A one-legged old man with a disease-ravaged face finally notices us. I can feel the astonishment in his gaze. He doesn't take his eyes off us. I signal Nora and we approach him. As soon as we're within earshot, he murmurs something in Spanish. in a hoarse, rasping voice. I answer in Arabic and in French. Then he nods his head at the French. You're not from around here. No, we're not. You are beautiful. Unsure how to respond, I tell myself that no doubt he's mistaken the word. Still, he looks us up and down with a mix of respect and yearning. I realize that we're in great shape compared to the local standards, Nora especially. Her athletic figure and her feline grace must surely arouse admiration. Who are you? I'm Camille, and this is Nora. We're just travelers. Travelers. He repeats the word with pleasure as if savoring a delicacy. What is he saying? I raise an eyebrow, not understanding. I watch the tears run silently down his cheeks. Can we do anything for you, friend? Ignoring my question, he suddenly seems to emerge from his reverie and looks around himself with panicked glances. You can't stay here. They'll be back. Leave, quick. Wait, we still got questions for you. If they see you here, it's over. They'll cut off your legs, your head. They'll cut off your wings, and you'll be like us, like me. Who are they? The tormentors. They are cruel. They patrol. They will see you. Run. Is there a way to get through the mountains? His ruined face is frozen for a moment with an unreadable expression. Come back tonight if you want, but not now. Too dangerous. Leave, fast. He gesticulates as he drives us away. Some of the others finally notice us. They watch us as we leave the camp to return to the heights. Once the motley collection of shelters is far behind us, I think of all those crammed in wretches surviving as best they can, and of what the old man said about cutting off our wings. I can't help recalling the last time I slept in a big city. I was about 20 years old, and I was passing through the town. Which town was it? I forget the name. It's not important. It was one of those big modern cities on the edge of the desert, built in the last century with wealth from black gold. Stricken by crises and wars, the heap of metallic and concrete constructions had quickly turned into a trap for its citizens, starved and exploited by the dominant political, military, or religious castes, or all three at once. As every year, we endured higher and higher temperature spikes. Except this time, it was a little hotter for a little longer, and it was too much. Much too much. People dropped like flies. Makeshift hospitals were cobbled together wherever there was a little shade and cool, in gymnasiums, in station concourses, and underground parking lots. But the power outages prevented equipment from being installed. Announcements continuously echoed through the streets, speakers crackling out obsolete recommendations. Stay hydrated. Don't leave your home except in an emergency. Avoid physical exertion. The inanity of the guidelines might have been funny if it hadn't been so tragic. Following the advice assumed, firstly, that you had access to drinking water, and also that your so-called home hadn't already transformed into a furnace. Lastly, the recommendations only actually concerned a very small portion of the population. I was outside that day in search of water. I'd been housed the night before by a little family whose only wealth was in their compassion and their humanity. Oh, hi Justin! How is your week going? Welcome in. We are playing End of Lines. It's an interactive, like, graphic novel type game. And I'm doing a lot of reading. My voice is like slowly dying. Was lurking earlier as well. Oh, thank you. How's the game so far? The game is really good. It's just like wreaking havoc on my voice pretty much, but other than that, the game is fantastic. Like, the writing is super good. Okay. The least I could do was everything possible to return the favor. So there I am, roaming the streets, hoping to find a reasonably clean water source. The streets are deserted. Petrol has been rare and too expensive for a long time. Suddenly, a thud startles me. I look for the source of the noise. Around me, the heat emanating from the asphalt is almost unbearable. I finally see it, a few meters away. A bird crashed into the ground. I look in disbelief at the small heap of bloodied white feathers. Another thump surprises me. Then another, and another, and many, many others. I try to understand what's happening. I look at the sky, astonished. A rain of birds crashes down on the neighborhood. I can't guess the height of their fall, but I hear windows breaking and roofs bending beneath the impacts. Streaming down around me, a deafening host of macabre bouquets. How do you pronounce that again? Macabre, right? Bouquets, wreaths of feathers and blood. Finally, I scramble into a building entrance where I squeezed in with a dozen other bystanders. Time stands still as we watch in silence as the birds slam down for a long time. Too long. When it finally stops, the scorching ground is coated in feathers which drift down through the stifling air. All of us have as much difficulty realizing that it's over as we had understanding when it began. For several minutes, I feel as though I can still hear the creatures dropping, the muffled crunch of their fragile bones resonating in the silence. I'm almost certain I'm imagining it. Macabre? Yeah, it's over. I look at the faces of those sheltered with me. Beneath the little porch where we're all crammed in together, nobody meets the eyes of the others. Everyone stares at the floor, but not too far. Not far enough to see anything that might make them have to think. There are a few uncomfortable whispers, spoken only to fill the unbearable silence, to fill the void fast and avoid the dizzying sense of guilt. A child starts to cry. He cries a long time, and the adults leave. The child and I remain there, him weeping and me staring at devastation. Because I don't want to look away. I want to look at it straight on, this god-awful world we've made. They'll tell us in the news it was an exceptional case, probably caused by a heat wave, but deep down we don't believe that. It was just some birds, migrating too late, who got themselves into trouble. But the child and I, we know that those birds, those tiny bloodied heaps shattered on the burning asphalt, they matter. He weeps and I rage, and then we look at each other. The water that fills his huge, soft eyes dilutes my fury. And yet, I don't like children. They don't understand anything. They're strangers to poetry and wit. They're selfish and self-absorbed. They don't truly understand gratitude, and their rare, generous impulses are usually driven by strict upbringing, nothing more. At least, that's what I believed at the time. But it wasn't poetry that fell from the sky that day. It was stark reality, raw and naked. A nakedness that the grown-ups hastened to drape with black humor and hypocrisy. The only one who had truly seen, the only one who had truly understood, was this damp-eyed child. Wanna take a break, maybe? I might try to make it to the end of this chapter and see if that's the end of the story, and then we'll decide from there. But yeah, I really want to see the ending if we can. Should I like take a small toilet break though? Not that I really need to go to the toilet or anything. Okay, we continue a while longer. Almost 20 years later, I know that overall, they didn't make it, the birds. Today, the blue sky is as deserted and silent as a shard of glass. We killed the birds. And I had a child. I emerge from my reverie as we reach the summit. The afternoon is already well advanced. Sam sits by Inaya, who seems to be telling him a story. When he sees us coming, he runs to meet us. Once we're at the peak, the group gathers around me. I quickly relate the situation and tell them what I think. We have an opportunity? The people are packed in behind stockades. Some kind of militia controls the pass. They've hardly enough to survive here, and I think most of them won't last much longer. But we could make an offer to those who are still able to come with us. Try to get them out of there. Besides, they seem to have information to give us that will help us cross. What do you think, Nora? Nora shakes her head and speaks up. The patrols are well equipped. Their weapons look well cared for. I'd be interested to know how many of them there are and exactly what their goal is. Also, considering how many people are packed in here, I think that if there's a less obvious passage to the north, then it's dangerous or difficult to find. The only way to get any answers is to go back tonight, but I don't trust those people there. Do you think we should go or not? We should go, but we shouldn't rush in blindly. They promised us information, but it could also be a trap. Those people are desperate. I'm sure they wouldn't hesitate to betray us for an extra mouthful of water. Yeah, agreed. I'll go tonight. I give Rafik a searching look. I think I can negotiate with them, and if things go tits up and I get caught, you get yourselves out of here pronto. I'll come with you, Rafik, to help you communicate. Sohn jumps up at these words and exchanges a few phrases with Inaya, too rapid for me to follow. Rafik is struck dumb several seconds before he bursts out laughing. Give me a break, Inaya. Thanks, but I'd rather you stayed safe. I'll manage. Rafik turns to me. What do you think, Camille? We'll both go. Okay. Wait, all three of us? Okay. When night has fallen, we set off. Nora comes with us halfway, where she settles into a rocky alcove hidden in the hillside. From here, she can watch over both the valley and the camp where Sam remains at the summit. She hugs me, and before we pull apart, she whispers in my ear, "Come back to me." I kiss her softly, then Rafik and I continue our descent toward the camp. Despite the deep dark of the moonless night, we have no difficulty finding the camp, which is dimly lit by a few pallid lamps. I turn back from time to time, trying to pick out Nora and failing. After an approach made arduous by the lack of light, we enter the camp. A group of refugees await us. One of them gives me a friendly nod and approaches us. "We've been waiting for you." "Come, it's this way." He slips between two buildings. I walk on calmly. I'm astonished to discover an older stone structure behind the scrap metal shacks. We enter an open roof building. It takes me a few minutes to realize that we're in the ruins of an ancient cloister. A square lined with broken columns is still visible. A few fires have been lit around the garden. Rafik lets out a little whistle, impressed, seeing the carvings still perceptible in the capitals of some of the columns. In the middle of the garden, a small group of people are gathered around the old man I'd met earlier. They watch us as we approach. I notice that they're positioned around an old stone well. The listless blazes set around the garden streak the old man's ravaged face with their pallid glow. He speaks up, addressing me in his gravelly voice punctuated by whistling breaths. "Welcome, Caminantes. Take a seat." He indicates a space next to him. I do so watching the group. It's made up of around 15 people, mostly old or at least tired. Have you died yet? Hi, Sarah. No, not yet. I don't think I will. Their scrawny forms inspire nothing but compassion, and their respectful eyes reassure me about their intent. Rafik also sits. He gestures me to be calm. You know, there was a fine monastery here before, a majestic and sacred place. Only the ruins remain, where the Vandals have built this miserable camp. We come to meet here every evening to not forget. Not forget what? Our humanity? What's your story? Most of the people here come from the lands to the south. Rumor says that there's a passage from here that leads to inhabitable lands far in the north beyond the mountains. We were tricked by a network of so-called smugglers who brought us here, at the mercy of these vandals. They got firearms and they're willing to use them. Some people were taken beyond the fences, women, especially the young ones and children. They said that they were taking them to safety in the north, that it would be our turn next. His eyes shine with boundless grief. But we never saw them again, nor heard tell of them, and our turn has never come. Then, eavesdropping on the guards' conversations, we realized that those who had gone through are in other camps, just as terrible as our own, perhaps even worse. His voice breaks into a harrowing sob. A long silence punctuates his tale, then he finally continues. Those who still could have tried to escape, most of them were brutally executed. They made examples of them to dissuade the rest from trying. A metallic sound outside the cloister breaks the night silence. Everyone stops and listens, appraising the quiet. The old man lifts his hand in a calming gesture. It's still early. We have some time before the first patrol. Vandals? The thugs who hold us prisoner here with almost nothing to live on. Where do they come from? He shrugs. I don't know. How goes game? Game is really, really good. I am dying though. My voice is like slowly becoming hoarser and hoarser. Have you finished stream already? I just noticed it's 12. Some of them were surely part of some military group before. They've been joined by others, vigilantes or hunters. Now they're nothing but a group of savages, better armed and more numerous than the others. They impose their will using violence, exploiting the weak and controlling the roads north. Do they control all the roads north? It's hard to say. We were trapped in this camp trying to take one of them. I hope there are still ways to get through. For you. Do they have a headquarters? Yes, as far as I know, there are 2 or 3 camps like this one on the road north. Their HQ is probably in the mountains near the pass. The pass? He waves his hands, evoking a pass, clearly a steep one. Roncesvalles? The name rings a bell, but it must be a little different in French. An old woman speaks up behind me. Be careful. The night patrol will be out soon. You need to be gone by then. I don't know exactly what she means by soon, but do I really want to take the risk of being found?
Fortnite.
Oh!
Fortnite. What the
Man, thank you for the raid! Welcome in!
Fortnite.
Hello, hello!
What the point of building
Oh, so what do you mean speedrun failed, Sarah? I'm not entirely
Oh my
sure how this
God.
Minecraft speedrun is supposed to work.
This fucking Baptiste pretty low, so I'm close.
How was Valo today, bud? Thank you for the
Oh,
raid. Welcome in. If you are new here, my name is Natalie, but you can call me Nat. We are playing End of Lines today, which is an interactive visual novel, graphic novel type situation. It's really, really good so far, and we're having like we're having a cozy time. I'm doing a lot of reading. My voice is slowly dying. Red carpet, I'm fine. What does red carpet mean in terms of Valorant? But yeah, my main series right now is actually Tears of the Kingdom, but we're taking a short break and playing indie games. Red Carpet is losing streak. Oh. Oh no. Pin your match history red. Oh no. It's okay. But yeah, go and rest if you need to. I know Valo is very tiring. We're missing a crucial item that we needed like 10 of, could only get 3. Oh, okay, okay. So I guess the speedrun. Oh well. Seems like you guys were close though, if that matters. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, Sarah. I think we should leave. Wait, don't leave empty-handed. He waves his hand and several people step forward from the group to lay some bundles of dry bread and several skins of water before us. We can't accept. Rafik shoots me down with a look. You don't have to. Huh. I turn to Rafik. What do you say? He speaks directly to the old man in broken Spanish. Me, I want to know what you want in exchange. The old man gives a small grin and gestures to the group. Oh, 3 people step forward. They're younger and in better health than the others, and a kid or a young girl. This is Jose, Luisa, and Bruno. I'd like them to go with you. Go with us? As far from here as possible. There it is. I glance at him, confused. You want us to save these 3 in exchange for the food. But what about the others and you? I look around me at all these people crushed by hunger, thirst, and mistreatment. You know we're already doomed here, too weary to flee. What does tomorrow offer us? You can save these 3 and we're all ready to help you do that. Come with us, all of you. I take a deep breath to answer, but Rafik beats me to it and answers in my place. Agreed. Rafik? It's agreed, I said. We'll take the lot. The food and the people and everything. Come on, let's go. I'm still grasping that five of us are leaving here while Rafik is already busy loading up the provisions and making his goodbyes. I'ma hit the beach, have fun! Good night, fun! Thank you again for the read. Sleep well. Rafik shares out the loads between Bruno, Luisa, and Jose. Each of them carries a bundle and a few flasks of water. We make our way through the stone ruins before crossing the filthy camp. Thanks to their instructions, we managed to slip through without knocking into the metal sheeting until we reached the edge of the camp. Outside, the darkness is as deep as ever. We move as silently as possible toward the hill. Once we're at some distance from the camp, Luisa hastens to catch up with me. Are you many? 6. That's not many. Yes, but with you as well, we're starting to be a good number. Yes, but I was expecting a bigger company, even a caravan. There were a lot more of us to start with. What happened? We split up before we crossed the ocean. One of the 2 men, Jose, joins the conversation. Didn't you come by the Mediterranean? There were no more boats. Some of us wanted to try it despite everything. We came by the west toward the ocean with a few companions. I glance at Rafik, who listens in silence. Is there a route that way? Not really. First we got to the Canaries, but we couldn't land there. What's it like over there? Very bad. The ports are devastated. The storms and the desert sand arrived long before we did. The air is full of dust, the heat is lethal. But still, you made it. We were very, very lucky. Did you land in Galicia then? Yes, I think so. Well, land is not really the word for it. The boat sank off the coast, and we drifted in a leaking dinghy for days. When we finally touched ground, we didn't know where we were. I remember the whole coast was overrun with crabs, blue crabs. We walk on in silence. At last, I see the shape of Nora coming toward us. She studies the 3 refugees with us. Everything alright? Yes, don't worry. Let's get to our camp if you don't mind. I'll explain everything there. She nods and we climb the hill together. Inaya, Son, and Sam are waiting for us, ready to leave in case of trouble. I make the introductions and quickly tell the others about the events of the night. We shouldn't hang about here. Rafiq's right. When they notice there are captives missing, they'll come after us. Quite right. Let's get going as fast as we can. Oh my gosh. Our steps lead us to an old asphalt road. The tarmac, cracked all over, would be completely impossible for a vehicle, but on foot we manage to struggle onward, all of us stumbling regularly. Sam falls several times, but he picks himself up bravely. We have to press on fast to put as much distance as possible between us and the slave camp. The first light of day is showing when we see a huge structure across the road. It's a bridge, falling apart in several places. Nevertheless, the part that overhangs the road seems to still be solid. Yeah, let's scavenge the cars. We're forced to squeeze through the wrecks. I pick up a few things in the hulks. Sometimes there's an undamaged strap left or a repair kit. As we go past a large truck lying on its side, Sam takes my hand and I notice he's trembling. He seems hypnotized by the bridge structure. You okay, buddy? Yes, it's just... He gives his head a little shake. No, nothing. What's there, Sam? Can you tell us? There are people. People? Yes, like a walking crowd. Where? They're going under the bridge. Are there many of them? Sam can see ghosts, by the way. How many? I can't count them. They keep coming all the way to the horizon. Rafiq glances at me, worried. Can you talk to them? I don't know. Do I have to try? I look at Rafiq questioning. He nods firmly. Yes. Try. There's a little girl. She's lost her parents. I don't know where they are. I haven't seen them. She's asking where they are. My gosh, she's like Ghost Whisperer. Okay. I don't know. Daddy! Sam turns to me, panicked, his huge eyes full of tears, begging for help. I hurry to take him in my arms. Daddy, and there's no one to look after her. Hey, calm down, my love. We're leaving. I don't know where they are. Her parents, I don't know. He collapses in tears. Daddy, I'm scared. I sweep my arm at the others to get the company moving, to get away from here as quickly as possible. I carry Sam, who continues to cry into my shoulder. I don't want to be like her, Daddy. I don't want to. Please. Don't worry, we're not going to leave you alone. The words seem to comfort him a little. I carry him until my arms can't take it anymore. When I finally set him down, he starts walking without saying a word and remains silent for several more hours. I glare at Rafiq. I try to cheer Sam up. For most of the day, we move through the desolate landscape. I would have liked to have got further away from the old road, but we need to keep following it if we're not to go astray. Around this vestige of a deranged civilization doped on hydrocarbons, nature has never been able to reclaim her rights. The ground is nothing but rubble, rock, and dust. When our path finally diverges from the road, we're exhausted and the heat is becoming dangerous. I decide it's time to set up camp. Okay. We cross some softer ground, and I'm surprised to find the ruins of an old building on our left. The place is clearly deserted. There's a small field strewn with sunburned vegetation, and there, in the middle of nowhere, a small chapel. Good night, Sarah. Thank you, Father, for my allowance. Good night, Styrofoam. And guys, if you haven't followed Styra yet, please go and follow Styra because his affiliate anniversary celebration week is happening this entire week. And if you wanna go and dono or just go and support him, he's streaming again tomorrow. Yeah. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I shall be there. I will unfollow and follow again. Sure. Whatever you want to do, Justin. We look around the place. It's an old stone building. The roof is partly gone, but we can still find a bit of shade. Above the doorway, there is a stone with inscriptions on it. I run my hand over the dust to try and decipher the lettering. Most of it is unreadable, but I recognize one word. Ermita? Place of spiritual retreat. There must have been a water source close by. We need to lay down our packs for a while. Camp. Okay. Ooh, we're super low on rations. Jose is in good shape. Okay. Let's send a bunch of people. Send Jose. Send... I don't think, like, relationships between people affect much of the story, so I can send basically whoever I want. Let's send Rafiq and Luisa and Son. Okay. Old cattle watering trough. Oh, okay, water, good. Oh, there we go. Nice. That's not a lot of water, but it's still not bad. I'm woken by an unexpected noise. Shouts. Get up, quick! Rafiq? Rafiq emerges from a doze? Sorry, Camille, I dropped off. As he's saying the words, he realizes, as I have, that there are people coming. His eyes widen. Shit! He jumps to his feet and starts gathering up his stuff, cursing himself for his carelessness. Come on, we're leaving now. The panic spreads among all of us. I'm about to rush for the entrance, but Nora grabs my arm. She nods to a window in the north wall. Well spotted. Our exit will be better hidden from anyone coming from the road. I go through the ruined window frame first. Outside, the afternoon is coming to an end. I can clearly hear human voices on the other side of the building. There are two at least, probably more. I gesture to the others to hurry. There's no path, but I guess we can keep going north with a bit of gymnastics over the steep rocks. I ask Nora to take the lead. Sam follows close behind her. I help him move on, making as little noise as possible, but we're falling behind. We're obliged to abandon our materials to go faster! Oh shit. Not long after, we hear loud exclamations. They found our camp. The time for discretion is over. I drop my bag to put Sam on my back and bolt as fast as I can. Several shots ring out. I pray that the meager cover provided by the rocks will be enough for no one to be hit. A bullet shatters a rock just next to my shoulder. If Sam's hit, everything's screwed. I couldn't go on without him, it wouldn't make any sense. His little hands lock around my neck don't prevent me from speeding up again. I leap between the rocks, trying to ignore the danger. The risk of making a misstep and breaking my bones on the stone block seems trivial compared to the thought of losing Sam. Only Nora manages to keep up with me. The shooting starts again. I hear a cry close by. They've hit someone. I confess, I prayed it wasn't Rafik. Nora and I have made enough distance to be out of range. I'm gasping for breath. Sam, can you run? Yes. Oh shit, who's left? Hi, Cheesy. We're doing good. We're playing a good game today. How are you? I put him down and we keep running. We should be able to find a path again if we divert east a little. Rafik and the others are far behind. A few hundred meters to our right, I can see a ruined village and lights. I don't like the look of it. We're going to lose the others if we don't wait for them. Yes, but we can't stay in the open either. There's an abandoned farm further on. I turn to Sam, incredulous. I don't see anything but I exchange glances with Nora. I mean, he probably heard it from a ghost. In that case, let's go. It's this way. Sam pulls on my hand. After a few detours, we do in fact arrive at the dilapidated old farm. The torn open grain silos on the north side of the building leave little doubt about the possibility of finding anything to eat or drink, but at least we'd be out of sight. It's a sad game? Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's like a post-apocalyptic game. The collapsing stone has left gaping holes in the walls. I'm gonna watch out for Rafik. Nora nods and lets Sam curl up against her. They talk together in soft voices. A few minutes later, with relief, I see our friend appear silhouetted against the setting sun. He's alone and moving carefully, carrying both his pack and mine, which he must have picked up as he passed. His heavy, stumbling steps reveal his deep exhaustion. I leave our shelter and wave to him. When he reaches us without a word, Rafik throws my pack at my feet. I look into his eyes. I can feel his sadness, his dismay, and his anger. I hug him. He stiffens at first, but I know it has to come out, so I take him in my arms. He doesn't sob, but I see the silent tears that run down his cheeks, and he relaxes a little. Thanks for the bag. Finally, he slaps me on the shoulder, then he sighs and slumps down near Nora. The two refugees are ready to drop. Okay, who's not here? Is everyone here? Luisa is not here. They fall lengthwise on the dusty floor and rummage through their bundles for water. Fuck, how did they catch up with us? I don't understand. With the heat, they can't have moved that fast. Do you think they've got a vehicle? Or they're not the same people? Not the same? They certainly look like they were after us. There might be several groups with some means of communication. Like telephones? No, of course not, but I don't know. Maybe they send light signals in Morse code? Silence follows my suggested theory. Camille, light signals in Morse? Seriously? Rafik and Inaya burst out laughing. I mean, maybe. Personally, I bet on smoke signals. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Smoke signals. Nora starts laughing too. Laugh away. Still, it could be true. Our laughter quickly turns into sobs. We're all cracking up. I glance at the refugees. Did they get Luisa? Rafik gives a bleak nod. I don't know what to say or think anymore. I let my head fall back, knocking my skull several times against the wall I'm leaning back on. The little flashes of pain help me cling on to reality, to the here and now. Anyway, we have to keep going. Try to get out of their territory as fast as we can. We need to cross the mountains. I glance through a hole in the wall opposite me at the mountainous terrain that awaits us in the coming days. The pass that the map shows us could be at 1,000 meters altitude. The summits are gray, devoid of snow. It's a long time since the glaciers melted, and didn't have time to reform during the rare cold spells. We'll have to find some warm clothing. They look at me puzzled. They think I've lost my mind. It's at least 40 degrees outside, Camille. They don't know. They've never known the cold. We're going to start the ascent. In a few days, we'll be up there. I point to the dark summits that disappeared into the yellow haze sky. At that altitude, I think temperatures can still drop pretty low, especially at night. We need to adapt what we're wearing. And how do we equip ourselves? We have to find something. Rafik adds in a reassuring voice. We've got a few days to do that. I give Rafik a look of thanks. There's a dialogue between us that only we can understand. Thanks, old pal. They need hope and a reassurance, but I can't do it anymore. Yeah, well, move your ass now. I can't keep this hokum up for much longer. Neither of us has spoken a word, but everything has been said. We take a few minutes more to drink a little and gather our strength, then I announce it's time to go. We quickly pick up the big road again. It's coarse, perfectly straight, cuts through dreary swaths of emptiness. The evening light gives us a real quality to this strange prospect. After some time, I spot the remains of a single modern construction. I point it out to Rafik. What's that? A gas station, I think. As we carefully approach it, it becomes obvious that the building and its surroundings are ravaged by fire. Clearly, they're closed. Did you want to fill your tank? What does that mean, fill your tank? Fill up the fuel tank of your vehicle. There are cars everywhere here. Did everyone have one? Yes, and sometimes more than one. More? What for? One for each family member? But didn't the family travel together? Not always. Sam's pensive. How fast could you go in it? Very fast. Faster than Daddy? Faster than the wind. I guide the company around the gas station, keeping a good distance away. I've noticed the characteristic shapes of human corpses, and I don't really want to add those bleak visions to Sam's imagination. We're coming up to a big city. Yep. There's probably another way. Isn't there anything on the map? No, there's nothing marked, but... We can try to go through. There might be more supplies in the city, right? But it's gonna be more dangerous also. Ah, shit. I've done a pretty good job of keeping everyone alive so far. I mean, except Luisa, but I don't think that's a avoidable thing. Let's take a risk. Let's go through. It'll be a good opportunity to try and find some warmer clothes, yeah. It's too risky. Can't expect something for nothing. Rafik, it's not a game. If things go wrong, you'll be there to defend us, right? No. For once, Nora is deadly serious. You know what will happen if we go down there? At best, we'll be killed. Because believe me, you don't even want to think about what we can expect if we're taken alive. I won't go another step closer to that city, and neither will Sam. Try looking on the bright side. There could be good people down there too. Anyway, it's up to Camille to decide. I make a mental note to thank Rafik later for so kindly throwing me to the wolves. In the end, it's Sam who speaks up. Mommy's right. Everyone looks at him. We mustn't go that way. Daddy, please, we mustn't go. We'll go around. I run my hair through Sam's hair. Rafiq shrugs, smiling a challenge at Nora, who groans as a matter of form. Okay, if Sam says, then yeah. The sky stays clear and we have no trouble continuing despite the darkness. This region must have been used for large-scale farming at another time. Today, we cross arid lands swept by burning winds. Even though we stay away from the first signs of urbanization, there are more and more hulks of cars lining the way. I keep an eye on Sam, who's looking very nervous again. I try to think of something to take his mind off things. We have to find a way to wash your hair. Oh! I can't even get my fingers through it anymore. And to wash all of you, actually. With sand again. It would be more effective if we could rinse you a bit. Yes, I'd like to have a bath. Brownie, thank you for the wellness check. I think whether we reach the end of the story or not, and it doesn't seem like we are that close, I think we'll take a pause after this chapter. Because I think I'm hitting my limit of how much I can, like... Sorry, I had to reset my camera. The focus. I'm reaching my limit of how much I can read in one sitting. We're like at 3 hours, right? Oh my god, 3 hours. You remember your last real bath? Yes, it was a long time ago. I was 3? Oh my god. 5 actually. Oh? But it feels like it was a long time ago. Because it was a long time. For you. And for you? I'm surprised by his question. Well, it's gone faster for me. Why does it go faster for you? It's been a fun stream, but I'm gonna hit the bed. Good night. Have a fun one. Justin, good night. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I hope you have a good rest of your week. Good night, good night. Justine. Because your heart beats faster? Your biorhythm is faster than mine, so time seems to go slower. I'm trying to think of the best way to explain biorhythms to Sam when we're interrupted by a shout. Camille! Nora grabs my arm and pulls me back. I search for the reason for her sudden panic. She points at some ruins about 100 meters ahead of us. I don't understand immediately. Go back, quick! As alarm takes hold of our little company, a group of armed men emerge from the place Nora had pointed out. We turn around at once and I start running, pulling Sam by his arm. As we are trying to reverse our steps, I discover with horror that more armed men are coming up the path toward us. We're trapped. Shit! This way. I leave the road and guide the company across the plain. The vegetation is sparse, but there's still enough thorns and branches to tear at our skin. However, as I'd hoped, the field is still crossed with deep furrows. We barely cross a few meters when the first shot rings out. I throw Sam into a furrow and lie over him. We hear a few more shots, then nothing more. Nora? Camille! She's just to my left. Sam's here, he's alright. Rafiq? Fuck, he's somewhere behind us? I don't have time to think, I have to do something. The only idea that comes to mind is stupid, but I've got no choice. Nora, I'm going to try something. Don't even think about following me. Go east, I'll find you later. What? Camille, no! Oh my god. Wait, no way, like... I give the map to Sam. Sam, take this. I put the map in his hand. Daddy, I don't want to. I have to force him to take it. Listen, I'm going to start running. You stay well hidden. It's hard to speak, he's in tears. Sorry, my love, but you have to listen to me. Listen, as soon as you hear shooting, you crawl that way. I point to the east. When you're far enough away near that hill there, you can get up and start running too. Daddy, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Daddy, please, you promised! Oh no! My baby, my little one. Take good care of your mother. I kiss him, surely for the last time. You promised not to leave me. Ah, shit. And I run north. How much time do I have left? A second? A few seconds? More? Maybe unending hours of agony? I have to gain them at least a few minutes. That's all I ask. So I run. We haven't eaten for days. I gather the last of my strength to get myself underway. I'm well aware this is an act of desperation. I'm counting on Nora or Rafik to complete this insane journey. I hear the shouts of our pursuers and I pray that the dark works in my favor. Jumbled memories of my childhood surface. School playground. I was happy. We were happy. We could feel the end coming. The end of what we later call the thermo-industrial age. The Western world jolted from crisis to crisis, from conflict to conflict, from pandemic to pandemic. But we had inherited centuries of energy domination and we had quality of life so much better than the rest of humanity. Especially compared to those who directly suffered the consequences of the climate change. The change that we had mostly caused. The irony. But me, I had no conscience yet. I went to school. My days ordered by time in class and recess. In the playground, I was the fastest, unbeatable in the game of tag. I loved it, running. I've always loved to run. A bullet zips past my shoulder. Oh, are you kidding me? This can't end well. Guys. A tuck and roll. And I'm up and running again. I hear a second shot. Then a third. There's a sharp pain in my left leg, but I can still run. Maybe it's serious and only the adrenaline is keeping me upright. I don't know. No time to check. Sometimes, often even, I think to myself that it's how things should be, the end of humanity. We're simply not a viable species. A poorly designed organism that propagates unchecked and destroys the conditions that favor its own existence. There's nothing left but to wait for the end of this mass extinction. And then a few more years of additional evolution. And there you go. Only next time, you hope that the dominant species doesn't repeatedly shoot itself in the foot, along with all the rest of the biosphere. Oh, I'm not the only one to have thought that. A wave of ideas like that once spread out in my circle. Wait, what? When I was a teenager. Extinction Submission, I think it was called. But I didn't entirely share their convictions back then. And I share them even less now that I know Sam. Another bullet ricochets off a rock on my right. I leap left. And I keep running, trying to go faster still. I almost joined the other side. The ones who wanted to fight, to struggle against extinction, still convinced that with a little more respect for the living, we could have a place on this planet. But very quickly, the injustice of the situation became unbearable to me. I couldn't accept the idea that every year, already fragile peoples should endure more drought and more famine because of our civilizations. I had to act. So I signed up with an organization to come to the aid of the countries hit by the disastrous consequences of climate change, and I decided to get out in the field. The day I left, Dad said to me, "You've got the courage I always lacked and I'm proud of you. But Camille, my love, I'd prefer you stayed here." I still left, of course. Even so, I admit, it's still plausible. The extinction theory. When you see just how dumb we can be. It's a curse to be so dumb and still be able to realize how dumb you are. The irony. Yes, in a way, I know we'll have deserved it, a harsh extinction. Only there's Nora. So beautiful it often makes me cry even in secret sometimes. Glorious even in her shortcomings. And Sam, my last hope for humanity. Oh my gosh, it continues! The shooting has stopped. He survived! They're out of range. As for me, I'm winded, but against all the odds, I'm still alive. I need a few minutes to recover. I drink a few mouthfuls of water from the flask on my belt and check the condition of my leg. Running my hand over my thigh, I realize that it's covered in blood. I think it's superficial, but I don't have time for further examination. After tying on a makeshift bandage, I set off again. They'll come after me for sure, especially when they see the blood. It's going to be a long night. The terrain slopes steeply. I'll try and lead them a few more kilometers north before heading back southeast. I can't even consider the thought that Sam and Nora didn't get away. If they didn't, there's no point in me going on. So I decide that they're fine, and I simply hope I'll manage to find them. Nora, my Nora. I know you'll do what's right. You always do what's right. I remember the first time we met. I'm trapped between four walls waiting for death. Nothing left to say, nothing left to hope for. Only sharp pangs of pain within a grey mass of suffering remind me from time to time that I'm alive. Why aren't I dead already? I don't know. They didn't know what to do with me. A foreigner, an anarchist, anti-militarist, and infidel. Even so, they tortured me just in case. Weeks of unspeakable horror which seemed to endure longer than all the rest of my life. And then one day, when they realized that in fact I wasn't a spy, that I didn't know anything useful, they put me there, in a hole of sand and stone. I lost all notion of time. Existence was nothing but a series of meaningless moments punctuated by pain and nightmares. Sometimes I managed to lose myself in memories of my parents and my little sister, back in their home, our home, the distant images of that house scented with paradise. I focus on a way to escape, and I keep the memories at a distance. I'm too filthy to touch those moments of humanity and tenderness. I stink of death and piss, compelled to plunge into the glutinous dense darkness of the human soul. I'm too foul to risk soiling the memories of those I love. It's all that's left to me. The noise of the rusty lock reverberates, deafening. The door opens. I've learned to fear this moment. The blinding light is like the lash of a whip. I don't move, there's no point. I can't escape them. I wait to be grabbed. Dragged through the dust to new drawn-out torments. For pity's sake, let me die here in my own filth. Like a rat, yes, I'll be a rat, but leave me alone. I'd do anything if they would forget me for a few days, a few hours more. There are two of them. Their silhouettes loom starkly, almost painfully in the doorframe. One is familiar, my usual torturer. I can't repress another recoil. I'm huddled against the wall. If only I could melt into it, or at least cling to it. But the dry, gritty stone offers no hold to my torn nails. The other figure is different. Taller, more slender. She moves towards me with, I don't know, a look, stance, something that calms me a little. I watch her. It's a young woman. She's wearing the traditional clothing of the desert travelers, but her long hair overflows with a wild freedom which jars violently with my cell. An insolent scent of independence suddenly fills the room. Her eyes, blazing black, watch me without anger or hate for a few seconds. Everything about her astounds me, but her grace especially rekindles old embers in me that I thought were extinguished forever. Hope, dignity, life. What am I supposed to do with this mess? She's talking about me. She speaks Arabic with an accent I don't know. He's a foreigner, but he's whole. He'll make a good slave. Foreigner? I don't want him. Find another way to pay me. We don't have anything else. You've got camels. The guy thinks quickly. You can have a camel. Why did in my brain I was like, camel? It's camel. 2. No, impossible. Too bad. In that case, you'll find another route. She turns to leave. Wait. I'll give you 1 camel, and this foreigner too. She sighs and comes back toward me. She squats down and stares into my eyes. Her impenetrable gaze makes me think of firebrands, ready to ignite everything that may still be inside me. I force myself to breathe. The others stay by the door. He cannot see the wordless exchange taking place between her and me. Her softened face and the quiet smile she offers me before she stands up belongs to us alone. The camel and the foreigner, as well as the skins of water and the fuel we agreed on. He groans but accepts the deal. A few minutes later, I'm attached to the aforesaid camel, forced to walk in the sand beneath the still sweltering heat of the end of day. Oh my god, she literally bought back a husband. Magnificent, she sits astride the animal, her gaze fixed on the horizon. I suppose the panniers hanging from the beast's rump are full of water, and I swallow painfully. I can scarcely catch my breath despite the camel's slow plod, but I still manage to ask between gasps. Are you one of the old desert peoples? She turns to me and smiles again. She opens a flask and makes me drink several mouthfuls before asking me, What is your name, foreigner? I feel like I'm reborn as I feel the precious liquid flow down my throat. Camille. Camille? No, Camille. I prefer Camille. I shrug. Perhaps, but my name is Camille. She gives me a cryptic smile. 1 camel and husband for takeaway. Very well, Camille. She passed several sand dunes in silence, and then suddenly she stops and climbs down from her mount. We are no longer in view of the camp where I was held prisoner. You can ride in my place. I'm going to walk for a while. I watch in dismay as she unties my bonds. Aren't you worried I'd run away? She smiles. There are plenty of things I worry about, foreigner, but you running away is not among them. She helps me climb up on the camel before continuing. You don't know where you are. You don't know the desert. You wouldn't survive more than a few hours. Running away would be really stupid. She gives me an enigmatic half smile and gets the animal standing. And I'm sure you're not stupid. The movement of the camel is much bumpier than I expected. After a few minutes, I start to retch. We need to take a break. She watches me and begins to laugh. What's more, you've never ridden a camel. I plead guilty. At her command, the animal stops. She helps me climb down and offers me the water flask again. This time my hands are free and I drink all I need. She lets me. My name's Nora. Nora? I shrug, taking a last mouthful. I prefer Laura. Oh my god, the joke. She laughs again, briefly but genuinely. You're funny. When the burning sun sinks below the horizon, the temperature drops a few degrees. She folds down her hood and ties back her long black hair. I'm hypnotized by her movements. She turns to me. I try to hide my admiration, but I can see she's not fooled. Are you ready to go? I think so. She adjusts the saddle cleverly to create an additional place. I'll ride with you to show you the right movements. At her command, the animal kneels to let us climb onto its back. Nat with the W, Riz. She leans against me between the hump and the neck. With the camel stance, she puts her arms around me to guide my movements. I feel her body against my back. The quiet strength that emanates from her reconciles me a little with life, like a thread building itself timidly, strand by strand. You stink. Being thrown into a pit for months tends to have that effect on people. My remark makes her smile. The Riz! Ah! I've heard about your people. Oh yes? You live in the desert, in a place that's uninhabitable? That's true. No one can cross the desert without your say-so. You attack the caravans and you drink the blood of your victims. Everyone fears you. She laughs again. Her voice has an enchanting way of breaking a little at the end of a breath. The sound reminds me of waves trashing against a wild coast. No, we don't drink blood. At least, not much. I lift my eyebrow, trying to detect a hint of humor in her voice. But the rest is true. What are you going to do with me? She doesn't answer right away. A chill runs through me. I'm going to sacrifice you and drink your blood. I glance at her and with relief see her mischievous smile. Very funny. You're going to work for me. You'll have food and water. Here I am, a slave. After everything I lost in that squalid hole, I'm finally out, but still not free. And most importantly, yes, you'll have something to wash with. The night brings cooler air, but the wind is quiet and the sky bright enough for us to keep going without concern. I'm exhausted, broken, but I can breathe again at last. How do you manage to survive without food and water? We have both. Not much, but enough for us. I can't conceal my surprise. But how? That's our secret. There's silence in our conversation. Why did you free me? I didn't free you. I bought you. Before I've had a chance to consider this remark, she continues. I've heard about your people too. You don't even know where I'm from. They said you were French. Okay, you know where I'm from. They say you have trees and rivers, forests, animals, and rainwater. They exaggerate. When I was a child, maybe. But now, I don't know. Things have changed so much in so little time. When I left, all that had already started to disappear. As much because of the stupidity and stubbornness of man, as because of the climactic conditions, for that matter. I heard that you were hit hard by sickness, too. Yes, that's true. He looks like Jesus! You haven't been spared much here either, but where I come from, everything was organized around heavily populated big cities, even more than here. So they were extremely vulnerable to epidemics. I'm worried about my family. You haven't heard from your people? No. I'm thoughtful for a minute. I hope you're alright. Dad, Mom, Romaine. Oh, that must be the name of his sister. Between the wars, the viruses, the natural disasters, and the energy shortages, our means of communication have been insidiously cut off. At first, it was the internet and the cell networks that broke down. Then the more and more frequent power outages made the other machines inoperable. And finally, even the antique radio sent out nothing more than white noise. I completely lost contact with my family long ago. I know a little French. She tells me in my mother tongue. I'm astonished.
Fortnite.
Oh!
Fortnite.
Hello?
What the point of building
Hello?
going night night?
Leon, hi! Also Yichin, hello!
Fortnite. What the point of
Welcome
building
in.
you going night night?
Leon! Oh my gosh, how was
It's
Tekken?
too loud.
You're coming into a vastly
Steven,
different
There's one
stream,
more
oh
thing
my
I have
gosh.
to mention.
Over here,
What
this
is it?
wall.
Hello?
Basically
I love you.
where I keep my
Tomb Raid Leon Ray Tomb
other
Ray
instruments
Tomb
mostly.
Raid.
T8 Popsis? Is that how I pronounce your
My
username?
keyboard's here.
Thank you so much for the 1,000
guitars are
bits, what the
here.
heck?
That's it.
What the hell? Welcome in, y'all. And Psych, thank
Check
you
out
for
my
the
amp.
follow. Welcome in, welcome in.
Check out my.
How was Tekken? F-O-F-6.
What the hell?
I'm sorry, I'm like reading. Apple abscess. I mean, if you have a nickname, let me know. Is that Yoda? Anyway, I'm gonna go now. Bye. I just like spreading good vibes and positivity. Aw, that's really sweet. I hope you have a good rest of your day or night. I call him Apple? Okay, Apple. Got it. Well, it's nice meeting you, Apple. I hope to catch you again soon. Ned's just wondering what the fuck's going on. Yeah. Hi, Neo. Yoda singing a Bleach opening. But yeah, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Leon. How are you? How was your stream today? If you are new here, my name is Natalie, but you can call me Nat. I am a variety streamer based in Malaysia, and I usually play a lot of open world games and action adventure games. And my current main series is actually Tears of the Kingdom. But we are taking a break from it today, and we're checking out a game because we got the key for this game. And it's one that I've been keeping an eye on for a really long time because it reminds me of one of my other favorite video games of all time called Disco Elysium. I think we are in the last chapter. We were supposed to stop in like the previous chapter, and then I got caught up in the story. And now we're just like going through the love story, and I can't stop anymore. I have to see how this ends. This game is incredible. It's so good. Like, the art is incredible. The writing is incredible. The only thing is it's like killing my voice. Like, I've been reading for the past 3 hours and 45 minutes. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the stream. It's gonna be very different from Leon's stream, but we're having a chill time, and maybe it's like listening to an audiobook. I don't know. Brownie, how has it been? Thank you for the wellness check. Yeah, IRL Nat. I have been facecam streaming for... Has it been like a year now? No lah. No, right? No, no way. Almost 6 months though. Almost 6 months. Because I started last December only. It feels like time passes so quickly, and yet not at all. Anyway, gonna hop off and sleep. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Kun, thank you so much for joining the raid. Guys, if you need to go and rest, by the way, especially Leon, if you need to go and rest, go and rest. I will catch y'all another time. I know it's late, but if y'all are gonna, if you need some company late into the night, I will be here. It's been fun and interesting, don't worry, Nat. I'm glad y'all are finding it interesting, because I'm finding this like super interesting. Okay, shall we jump back into it? Okay. Alright. I understand. I speak a little, but mostly I can read it. How? She shrugs. My mother wanted me to learn a foreign language. Oh my god. And you chose French. Yes, I discovered a fondness for... I can't even pronounce that. I'm confused. But why? I was looking for a way to escape. When I was a girl, my life was made up of wars, sickness, horror. I needed to dream. And... Made you dream? She's suddenly amused by the memory. Let's say it transports you, especially in Old French. As long as blossom, the thread... what fair babble, gentle dame. She laughs. Sir, 'tis most puzzling in remembrance. 'Tis not fair wondrous to me, thus shook hence by this camel. Her laughter is infectious, but I'm swiftly bent double more in pain than laughter. Are you alright? More or less. I thought dying of laughter was just an expression. Oh no. He must be like... His body must be like broken. It's been more than 6 months, by the way, Nat? Really? Oh yeah, I guess if you count like the entirety of December. Because it started in December, right? And it's already June. Yeah. Okay, anyway. She jumps nimbly from a mount and takes the bridle to lead us in a new direction. I see Rocky Mountains in the distance. Oh wait, back to the present. A thick yellow fog fell at dawn. Visibility is non-existent, but it is cooler. So much better. I'll lose less water. I bury myself in the charred old forest. Most of the blackened trunks are still standing but threatening to collapse at any moment. From time to time, dead trees topple down, one taking the others with it like dominoes. The racket sometimes lasts for minutes. Bleak sounds like long creaking whines ending in a final cluster of deafening crashes. In the light of day, I can see that my wound is, in fact, superficial. A bullet must have grazed my leg. Oh, okay, thank God. Still, the skin is badly torn and I've lost a lot of blood. I resolved myself to use some of my water to clean the wound, but I've got nothing to disinfect it. Oh. Using ash to clean your wound can't be good, right? Unless he means to, like, use the heat of the ash to, like, completely seal it off. Is it? That can't be, like, sanitary. I gotta rest too. See you again. Yichin, good night. Have a good rest. Okay, I won't delude myself. Bullet wounds, even superficial ones, usually go bad. Ash can work if it's dry enough. Wood ash is used to clean wounds in emergencies. Ooh. Well, too late. Spectre32, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the tea party. I need an antiseptic fast. I've got no idea how to find one. After I've taken a breather and retied my bandage, I used the rocky overhang where I've ended up to take a look behind me. It doesn't take long to spot my pursuers. Less than a kilometer behind me, they're crossing the ashes with no attempt at concealment. The crackle of dead wood crushed beneath their boots reverberates through the valley. Why are they so persistent? I could try to lose them, but I'd rather keep them on my tail as long as possible. Trying to ignore the pain, I continue to run between the dismal shapes of the dead trees. I've covered my nose and mouth to avoid breathing in too much ash, even if it's probably futile. As I make my way through the dreary, monotonous landscape, I let my mind wander again. We walked until the first light of day. The nights aren't as cold as they used to be, and the days, meanwhile, have become deadly. I know we've been lucky with the weather. Most of the time, travel at night is difficult because of the storms and the lack of visibility. Nora fed me during the journey, but I'm still just a shadow of a human being. Broken, sprawling on a camel's back. The good creature has carried me through a maze of steep canyons. The sand has long since given way to dry rock, but the beast's long legs continue to move on easily and steadily with impressive confidence. Just as I'm on the point of collapse from exhaustion, we reach the edge of a troglodyte village. A few people emerge from openings in the cliffside and come to meet us. I focus on the structure of the village. In the midst of the maze of cliffs, these rock shelters were probably part of a much bigger town a long time ago. I wonder where their water source is. I can't detect any sign of humidity. One man hovers near us. I think I need to get more water. I had 3 cups of drink and they are all gone. Should we just take like a super quick break? Oh my god. Yeah, maybe let's take a quick break. Um Take a break, don't die. Okay. Oh my gosh, shall I play like this song from, so like I've really been obsessed with, you know, Grease the musical has recently got like this TV series spin-off, and there's this song from the soundtrack that I've been obsessed with, and I just need y'all to hear it. So I'm gonna go on break, I'm gonna play the song, and then I'll come back, okay? Grease, yeah, Grease. But yeah, give me like 5 minutes, I'll be right back. I am back. Oh my gosh, we're almost hitting 4 hours. That's crazy. Go grease lighting. Well, I gotta go. Gotta walk early to walk. I think he meant work. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Good night, Leon. Thank you so much for the raid. And please, yes, go and rest. Have a good one. Yeah, I got a full mug of water. I think we're good to go until the rest of until the end of the story. Oh, I'm really curious how it's gonna end now. Yeah, I'm back. Hi, Brody. Alright. One man hovers near us. Broad-shouldered, with great rough hands. His sun-weathered face still has a youthful air. He talks happily with Nora. Once I get used to the accent, I begin to understand a little of what they're saying. It's Rafiq! What did you bring back? Water, oil, and a foreigner. He glances at me. I'm too tired to react. I thought we had enough slaves for a few years. She shrugs. This one seemed special. Special? What's that supposed to mean? He looks at me more carefully. I see. Nora lifts an eyebrow. I see you see. Suddenly they start laughing. He'll have to be washed and dressed. Yep, you want me to take care of it? She pats him on the shoulder. Thanks for the offer, Rafiq, but trust me, I can handle it. Nora's gonna wash me. As you wish, oh Amira. Amira? My voice is a pathetic croak. Oh, you can talk. Rafiq comes closer to me, smiling. He jerks his chin at Nora. Amira, because she's the eldest daughter of the matriarch. And let me introduce Rafiq, the only one who still thinks that matters. Yeah, I'm a traditionalist. What can you do? That's the way I am. Yeah, right. I don't really understand their quarrel, but Nora turns to me with a conspiratorial look, and an outpouring of emotion keeps me alert a little longer. So listen, Camille. My name is Nora. Just Nora. He pats me on the leg without any malice, but I can't help but whimpering with pain when his hand directly meets my femur with almost nothing in between. Whoa, you could do with some fattening up. Rafiq looks amused as he says it, but despite that, I can discern a real concern for my health. What is this place? Who are these people? Then I pass out. Oh no. A painful fall drags me roughly from my memories. The ground is treacherous and I slid into some kind of ash-filled ditch. I bumped into several brittle branches as I fell, making a hell of a racket. Winded, I remained bent over in pain for some time. I get up as fast as I can. Black spots well up in front of my eyes and I fall back down to the ground. I need to be more careful. Breathe, Camille. It'll be okay. It had better be okay. I'm about to leave, but I stop to check around me. The ditch has rolled me into a small trench flanked by dead trees on one side and a rocky mass on the other. Simply continuing north seems like the most natural decision. It's the ideal spot to change direction. I hastily break off a few branches and leave some obvious traces of my path to the north. I even roll up my bandage to leave a few drops of blood. Then I retrace my steps and head southeast, taking the time to carefully erase my tracks this time. I have to climb a bit, but if my plan works, I'll be okay for a while. I'll soon know. In the meantime, there's nothing to do but keep going. Once I'm past the biggest obstacles, I keep climbing the gentle slope, relieved to have probably shaken them off. I return to my memories. Those that follow my meeting Nora are among the best of my life. Aww. Several months have passed. I have to admit I'm treated decently, even like an equal most of the time. Of course, I don't decide my daily tasks, nor choose a partner freely, nor can I leave the village. I do what I must to survive. Belonging to Nora gives me a privileged status in a way. The fact that from time to time she invites me into her bedroom is an open secret, and everyone tacitly treats me as her official partner. Oh? Or at least as her current favorite. In the old days, slaves took care of all the chores, but today the clan has no more than 50 members, and the whole population helps with all the tasks, even the most tiresome. There's so much to do here. The recent history of these desert dwellers is woven with grief and hard choices. But in their misery, they've had unbelievable luck. At the back of the network of caves where they settled, there's an underground water source. That day, I'm preparing the curd. Nora comes into the bare stone-walled room. The air is dry, and the burning light from outside reaches us through the hangings stretched across the opening. Have you finished preparing the irrigation for the millet? To tell the truth, I was thinking of letting you die of hunger. Yeah, I finished yesterday. It's working again. Oh, he looks way better now, but like younger. She sits down next to me and helps me prepare the cheese. I say to her in a playful voice, "Are you sure you want to lower yourself to doing this slave's work?" She smiles at me. It's a long time since the caste system fell. Still, I know that among those once nomadic people, there's a certain repugnance when it comes to taking care of the herds and the harvests. Nora especially excels outside. She's the finest hunter in the clan. That or flog the dead horse, she says in French. I laugh. Where did you find that expression? I read it somewhere. I don't remember the book, but I remember the expression. She starts to hum as she continues working. I listen to her song echo between the cave walls. Each time, the sound of her voice brings me memories of the ocean and sea mist. No one here could understand that, not even her. They hide in these caves most of the time because the heat is so blistering in the day now. I am the only one here to have memories of wet coastlines beaten by sea winds. After a while, she turns to me looking serious. I know that look. She wants to talk about things that are important for the clan. It's not unusual for us to talk for hours. My opinion is heard, but I don't have the right to directly take part in the discussions with the matriarch. I think we're going to free the slaves. I straighten up, intrigued. All of them? She nods and pushes a strand of her beautiful black hair back into a scarf. I notice that she exudes a spiced perfume today, probably from an oil that only she knows the secret of. Yes, they are clan members now. We work together for our own survival. Some will certainly want to leave. She shrugs and turns to me, challenging. Well, let them go. Does she fear that I want to leave? And what if they sell the secret? Your water source, even there's hardly any left, will attract a lot of envy. And who will they sell it to? She's right. It's a long time since any human has been encountered on the edges of the desert. I know we've had no news from outside. Do you think we're all that's left? Camille, there's no one left for hundreds of kilometers around. They're all gone or dead. Her voice barely trembles. Even the snakes and the jackals are gone. I sigh. Do you still find spices and wild plants when you go hunting? She shakes her head. The nights are too hot. There's no more dew. We've been dipping into our reserves for 3 years now. We're going to have to leave, you know. Of course I know. She goes on working as she talks. Not long after you arrived, you warned us that the spring would run dry soon. Some people doubted your honesty and your motives, but now you'd have to be blind not to see it. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. In any case, we were waiting for the time to start walking again, the journey and the songs. It will be a joyful occasion, you know? Nora, crossing the sands has become impossible now. You'll all end up dead. You underestimate us. Come with us. You'll see. If I came, do you believe the others would accept it? Yes, especially if you marry me? Surprise renders me speechless. While I'm trying to grasp that she just proposed to me, she continues. Whether you accept or refuse, you should know you will be a free man. If you want to leave alone, I'll go with you to the edge of the desert. I try to bear her smoldering gaze. The bewitched hold she's had over me since the first day has only strengthened. The thought occurs to me that I'm a victim of the so-called Stockholm Syndrome, but it seems such a ridiculous, quaint notion that a chuckle escapes me. She lifts an eyebrow. Ayo! Ayo! Your sense of humor is sometimes bewildering. I was thinking of Stockholm Syndrome. She watches me curiously. I see. And that makes you laugh? I was wondering if I really had a choice, basically. She sweeps the question away with a wave of her hand. Of course you do. If you say so. I let myself be submerged by the intoxicating scent of her hair and the curves of her lips. Beneath her skin, I can feel the contained power of her lithe body as our movements merge together. Nora? Yes? I know the war took a heavy toll on the men of the clan, but there are still some left of marriageable age, and I know every one of them would be delighted to be in my place. Are you sure you want to marry a foreigner? But I don't want to marry a foreigner. Oh, it's this foreigner here that I want. She places her hand against my chest as she finishes speaking and kisses me again. And I would like you to be the father of our child more officially in everyone's eyes. This time, I sit down. She's pregnant? Ayo! I knew that this had been her intention for a long time, of course, but... That's it? You're expecting a child? She nods. With the spring running out and everything else, do you think it's a good idea? She laughs. It's a bit late to ask that now, don't you think? You're right, sorry. I take her in my arms. She nestles against me. Preparing the departure will take us more than a year. If our child survives, he'll be ready to travel when it's time to leave. I think I'd like it. Preparing the departure? No, marrying you! I kiss her smile. We're happy. Aww. Oh god, this is the end! No! Every step is torture! I've been moving all day! Oh god. That was fast. Shotgun wedding, maybe with the barrel quite literally behind his back. Oh my gosh. The temperature having become more bearable, I've even been able to keep going until evening. Several times I've stopped to check for signs of pursuit, but I've seen nothing. I think I've managed to lose them. And about time, because I'm beat. The mist hasn't lifted. The columns of ash have gotten further apart as I reach a rocky overhang. The air is still full of soot, but the ground is firmer underfoot. I have to rest for a few hours at least. The bleak lines of the grey expanses are broken by outcrops of pale stone, the shape of them like the husks of gigantic improbable beasts. I get closer to one of them. It's huge. I touch the cool surface of the stone. There's something soothing in the contact. The fatigue is playing tricks on me. It's as if I hear a song, a muffled lament that rises from deep in the heart of the earth. Without even realizing it, I've sat down, leaning back against the rock. My eyes want to close, but I struggle against sleep a little longer. Oh, okay. Okay, so I sleep. Think of my little angel Sam. His cries drag me roughly from my sleep. He was sleeping peacefully until now. Did the hunger wake him? Or a nightmare, perhaps? In the shadow of our tent, I hurry, still fast asleep, to his little bed. No wedding, but proposal, yeah. Brownie! He's still asleep, but crying. I kiss him and murmur gentle words to him. He quiets instantly, as if I whisper a magic spell. At the same time, I imagine myself in the stead of those unfortunate parents who try to allay the suffering of their doomed children. The tears well up. I understand their distress. I feel it in my guts, and I'm shaken with sobs. We've seen so many horrors during our journey. Nora was right. Except for our small tribe, everyone's gone. And those who aren't gone are dead. Struck down by the heat or massacred by other men, or more slowly by the torment of starvation. Some died clinging to the bodies of their children. I struggled to drive out these dark thoughts and pull my attention back to him. He's breathing calmly. He's fine. I lean a little closer to smell for any urine, but I can only smell his still clean blankets and his own smell, soft but lingering. This odor, from him. I'm still a little dazed from lack of sleep, and I wonder how much longer we can give him this meager comfort. Water, milk, a soft bed, our arms to cradle him. And then I tell myself that even without all that, his scent will remain, and that'll be just fine. I lie down again next to Nora. She welcomes me with a sleepy mumble that sounds vaguely like a thank you. I take her hand gently and plant a soft kiss on it. She falls back to sleep. Nora's exhausted. In the space of 1 year, she's brought a child into the world and at the same time organized the clan's departure. She needs some months of complete rest. For my part, I'm happy to take care of the baby. The only thing I can't do myself is feed him. He often burrows his little face into my chest seeking a feed. I make him wait by giving him my little finger dipped in some water. The other men laugh at me sometimes, but I don't care. It is a task traditionally assigned to women, but Nora is a hunter, a warrior, and we have no wet nurse. The clan has a few children, but they've all been weaned long ago. The next evening, as the clan is ready to get moving again, I request Nora's help for another delicate task. Our child is going to live, Nora. I'm holding the baby in my arms. He's babbling softly. She comes closer, then watches his little face. He starts to smile. Yes, you take good care of him. It's time to give him a name, don't you think? High time, yes. You remember I wanted to call him Samira. I suppose you noticed that he was a boy. No, but I was so sure he would be a girl. So just Sam? Yes. I look back down at him, trying to grab at his mother's hair. Sam. Aww. It's the cold that wakes me. I've forgotten that sensation. I shiver, pulling the scraps of fabric I have onto my shoulders. A sharp pain in my leg pulls me all the way back to reality. I'm still leaning back on the enormous, surreally shaped rock, but I have a feeling the landscape has changed. It's as if the rock and I have moved during my sleep. How is that possible? The mist has lifted. I've slept all night. Or have I slept several days? Okay, we have to address the leg. But what? All I've got are some scraps of dirty fabric. I take a look at the wound as I retie the bandage. It's not looking good at all. The skin is swollen and is turning a disquieting color. I manage to stand painfully and I hobble between the strange angular forms of the mineral sentinels to a pass where I find a breathtaking view. Below, there's a series of valleys, and in the distance, higher summits disappearing into a pearly mantle of clouds. Once again, I'm captivated by the beauty of this adrift world. Truly, I never expected the end to be so magnificent. Terrible, fascinating, unpredictable beauty like that of the ancient gods. Wrathful and capricious. My mother, who wasn't very religious, said somberly that Shiva's hand had come to stroke our heads, but his sister, Auntie Uma, had a whole heap of weird theories. She said that this was only the beginning of the Pralaya and it would be another 1,000 years before humanity would be completely wiped out. I remember her depiction of the apocalypse. It terrified me when I was a child. She said, there will be no rain for 100 years, the food will be gone, the people will devour each other, the sun will draw the moisture from seas, bodies, and lands, but will not return it. Then there will be 100 years of winds, another 100 years of rains, and then it will start again. At the end of that, humanity will be no more. I wonder what you'd think, Sam. I never told you about Auntie Uma, and I told you so little of my parents. Soon, I'll find you again, my little angel, and we can talk. But first, I'll hold you tight in my arms a long time. A very long time. I shiver even as I'm wiping the sweat that drips down my brow. As I look over the land, trying to see the best path to take, I notice a strange phenomenon. In the valley, spiky with the gloomy shapes of burnt trees, there's a large grove that's still green. Green? That's impossible. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I blink several times. It's still there. Green like moss. Like life, death, hope. Green. Must be the fever causing me hallucinations. Do we get closer? In any case, I've got other priorities. Did you accidentally time out Sporsan? Oh no! Oh, BP, thank you for the lurk! I hope you're having a good night. I have to get closer to be sure. It's not a big detour considering the direction in which I'm guessing is southeast. I quickly figure out a passable route which seems to head that way. Maybe I can drink. There's gonna be water or something? Maybe? I head down a small slope, continuing to wonder about the curiosity. The ground is flat at the beginning and I move fast. But after a few kilometers, I start tripping over blackened branches and roots hidden under carpeting of ashes. Then the terrain starts to climb again, making the task even harder. I follow the remains of some fencing which seems to have bounded old pastures. There are even a few electric pylons and the remains of ruined housing. I enter some of them carefully in search of medical supplies, but there's nothing in them but dust and sometimes skeletons, human and bovine, crammed in for want of anything better. When I reach the top of a small hill, I check my position in relation to the grove. I'm startled to find it right ahead of me, a few hundred meters away. That's strange. I was sure it would be on my left. That I've got the wrong hill? Puzzled, I check my direction. Looking back, I can make out the pass where I was a few hours earlier. No matter how I turn the problem in my head, I'm sure I didn't stray. What's going on? I'm moving cautiously towards the leafy mass, the color of which is, now I can see closer at hand, decidedly green, when I suddenly stop, stunned. The grove has moved? It was as if it was moving slowly to the east. I shake my head. This time I'm fairly certain I'm losing my mind. We used to hear phrases like the forest is receding or the plant life has moved, but in reality trees didn't move, they stayed right where they were. And they died. Yet these ones are very much alive and they are moving. Now a group of trees separates from the grove and comes towards me. After standing amazed for some time, I finally understand what I'm seeing. These are people! Hundreds of people! They're carrying in huge backpacks shrubs and plants of different sizes and types. They use wooden carts to carry trees, some of them pretty big. Roots emerge from the earth packs and all around the carriers. The people are clad in clothes of grey and brown. You'd swear they merged with the plants. Soft filaments stretch out beneath them and stretching and relaxing with the rhythm of their movement, with the smoothness of a vast living organ. The vision of this human grove isn't much less disturbing than the thought of moving trees, but the small group coming toward me don't seem aggressive. I head toward them. Raising my hand in a gesture of peace, I look for their faces among the tangles of roots and moss. My emotions are mixed when I realize I can't see them. Here they are in front of me. Beyond a few wooden creaks and the rustling of leaves, they're silent. Their forms blend so well with the roots and branches that I'm unable to make out their actual shapes. I try to say something. Who are you? But the words are hollow. I feel as though I've solved something sacred. They say nothing. They do nothing. After some searching, I finally see the glimmer of a pupil in the shadow of a thick root. I cling to this gaze, but it remains inscrutable. I shuffle on the spot a little, not knowing what to do. But I don't give in to my fatigue and I stand waiting. The foliage is oddly soothing. I can feel as though I can breathe more easily. It's a sensation I'd forgotten. The pain in my leg is more bearable. After an indefinite period, one of them, the one I looked in the eye, gives me a sign so imperceptible that I wonder if I've imagined it. Then they all return to the rest of the forest. Eh? What do I do? I wait for another sign. They move a few meters away from me, then finally, the individual who I noticed earlier turns and invites me once more to follow them. Sure of myself this time, I go with them. I'm exhausted and I need help. Bless you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Okay. If I've got the least chance of getting anything to heal my leg, or a little water, or even just some indication of which direction to take, I should seize it. And I admit that the presence of the plants, the rustling of the foliage, gives me a sense of well-being which restores my courage. We reach the outskirts of the strange forest. The bushes, propelled by their carriers, divide to form a passage to a small clearing. I can feel many silent gazers resting on me, but I can't seem to catch any of them. In the middle of the clearing, a majestic tree awaits us. The Deku tree. Half a dozen people watch over the tree, which occupies a vast cart filled with earth. Some of the roots are so long that they stretch beyond the vehicle into bags of earth attached to the sides. The cart itself is fairly rudimentary, with two simple solid wooden wheels, more like an enormous wheelbarrow. The men and women supporting it seem to be its appointed carriers. They all carry, on their shoulders or backs, bags in which flourish seedlings or small bushes. In the midst of this unlikely troop, balanced on the cart, a woman signals me to come closer. She nods kindly, as a gentle old grandmother might do. The skin of her face is leathery, but her age is not obvious. She exudes good health and compassion. Her hair is full of earth and moss, which doesn't seem to bother her since she beams at me, and I notice she hasn't many teeth left. Despite the outlandish situation, which keeps me on high alert, I can feel my strength abandoning me again. I greet her respectfully. She continues smiling and nodding as if I've done nothing. A huge number of questions come to my mind, but this time I'm too exhausted. I can't manage to formulate them and I collapse. Holy shit! It goes on! Oh my gosh, guys. It goes on. I don't know. What do we do? I'm so curious to see how this ends, but it is... Okay, it's not that late, but another chapter means another hour. Oof. What do I do? Hold on. What if there's a Nora chapter 2? I know. What if there's a Nora chapter? Hold on, I'm doing a bit of research. I'm seeing how much there is left to go. Okay, there's about an hour, I think. I think this is the last chapter. Seems like it. Yeah. I think this is the last chapter. Shall we press on? I'm really curious to see how this continues. And the thing is, if I call it now, I don't know if I'm ever gonna return to the game on stream. I kind of want to see it to the end. I mean, I still have energy. I'm invested now. Shall we? Okay. Oh. When I come round, I'm lying on a bit of leaves. Yeah. So I briefly watched a walkthrough video to see like how much was left, and maybe the timings are off because normally people don't read everything out loud. Yeah, I think so. But I think this is the last chapter, or this is definitely like we're at the end of it. Middle-aged man is cleaning my wound with some kind of moss sponge soaked in warm water, giving off a strong smell of thyme. His craggy face is topped by a small green bush which spills out of the bag he carries on his shoulder. There are other people around me, but I can't see their faces. With every touch to the wound, an intense shock runs through me and I almost pass out several times. When it finally stops, I'm drenched in sweat. The man speaks English in a hushed voice. There, it's almost over. He applies a doughy poultice to my leg. I instantly recognize the aroma coming from it. Honey? You've got honey? He laughs, but it's a woman's voice that answers from behind me. We took a little from the bees. Their names are so cute. What the heck? Bear leak. I don't have the strength to turn around, but the implications of this simple statement leave me stunned. You have bees? Again, it's the other voice that answers me with a sigh. He's a little slow, isn't he, Time? Are you sure he didn't bang his head? She appears in my field of vision. A tall woman with thick red hair. She carries a satchel, a tangle of beautiful slim leaves and bunches of white flowers surge out of it. She looks me over with amusement. The healer chuckles again. Don't make fun of the poor man, Bear Leak. Why do all the guys look like Jesus? We don't have bees. A few queens have found refuge in the forest. Here, eat this. He gives me three little white pots. As I bite into them, I relish the flavor. My taste buds quickly identify the taste, calling on distant memories. Garlic. Then he slips several deliciously scented heads still attached to their pale green stalks into my hand. Drink, eat, rest. You'll be on your feet tomorrow. They disappear from my view and I immediately sink into a dreamless sleep. My health improves quickly. She looks like Merida from Brave. The one called Thyme comes to clean my wound and change my poultice. Bear Leak is there too. I noticed that they're attached by several long plant fibers, as well as to other tree and plant carriers, as well as the cloves of garlic which I chew at regular intervals. Thyme brings me various delicious, nourishing soups and fresh water. When I ask where they found all of this, he brushes the question away with a wave of his hand and tells me that I will soon see the elder again and then I'll have all the answers I wish for. Sure enough, not long after, I'm taken back to the clearing, to the old woman with the leathery face. She still smiles at me as if she hasn't moved since the last time. I notice that the dense bushy tree where she sits is connected to other plants by countless strands. We're kind of a knot in a great network that stretches through all the plants of this surprising forest. After watching me in silence for some time, she speaks slowly. Welcome to the forest. Do you wish to speak? I do actually have a lot of questions. With a gesture, she invites me to begin. Thank you for healing me. You needed it. That's true, but you didn't need to help me. She doesn't answer immediately. Perhaps you did. Why? She shrugs and smiles, saying no more. How do you manage to grow all this? Manage to grow? She laughs and takes her time answering. I'll have to get used to it. She's in no hurry. The forest grows. We've done nothing for that to happen. We're simply grateful. But it must need a lot of upkeep. From who? Well, from you. You look after the trees. But we are the forest. We just take care of ourselves. The explanation seems naive and a little absurd, but I don't want to offend her. I think I understand. Really? Her smile is enigmatic. And so you carry the trees? She nods. And in turn they carry us. Why? She takes a long deep breath. The world is changing. It's changing too fast. The forest must adapt. We need to move to find new lands, lands we're better adapted to. Among us, there are beeches and long-rooted oaks, rubber plants, elms and willows, all types of hawthorns and fruit trees. There are also pines that lived further south. We're settling them here. We hope they will thrive. At each stage, some stay, others continue. But the change doesn't stop, so we begin again. And the forest moves again. Who are you? Where are you going? We are the forest, but what is your name? My name is Heldrechi, but I'm just called the Elder. She indicates a great plant she shares the cart with as she says this. What are you doing here? Where are you going? We're going east. She interrupts me to finish her phrase. She hadn't finished. I felt a little guilty at cutting her off like that. South. I lift an eyebrow. North. West. You're going everywhere? That's right. She grins at me. Is she making fun of me? Are there other groups like yours? There are several offshoots, but we are one. I can't help but frown with doubt at this simplistic phrase. Where do you get your water? We have water carriers among us. We draw them from far away. Then the carriers are responsible for watching over the stocks during the cycles. And that's enough for the whole forest? She smiles as she shakes her head slowly. The trees themselves find the water they need. How? They show us. Here, for example. Here? She nods. You think there's an underground water source where we are now, is that right? That's right. Because the trees have shown you. I'm skeptical. She strokes her hand over the emerald green needles next to her and repeats. That's right. I'm looking for my family. We were separated a few days ago. I must find them. It's very important. You're right. She takes a deep breath as if to find the right words, but in the end she simply repeats my own. It's very important. Can you help me? We already have. Yes, thank you, but I meant can you help me find them? She nods. They are looking for you too. You know where they are. They're not far. Not far? Where? I jump to my feet and my injury gives me a painful reminder of the reality of my situation. It's a bad idea to rush into things. You should wait a while. They will come. Have you seen them? Yes, and more importantly, they saw us. How do you know it was my family? A woman dressed in red with a big stick, with a young boy with a faraway gaze? Yes, that's definitely Nora and Sam. But how? She smiles but doesn't answer. Do they know I'm here? How should I know? We'll soon see. Be patient. There was no one else with them? The silence that follows my question seems even longer than the earlier ones. A pale gaze silently pierces me. No, there are only those two. Rafik, Inaya, Sohn, what's happened to them? How long until they're here? Soon. We still have a little time to talk if you want. Don't you have other questions? Is dangerous to stay here? There are armed, aggressive people in this region. I barely managed to escape them. They range this region and the one south of the mountains. She nods, but remains pensive. You shouldn't stay here. They'll come and steal your resources. We have our route and a very strict schedule. We cannot deviate. But aren't you afraid of attacks? She shrugs. Our mission is too important. Nothing can stop it. And if it must, the forest will defend itself. I glance around at the hundreds of pairs of eyes that watch us, the ears that listen to us, and at all the branches and the leaves. This is probably the biggest group of humans I've encountered since the start of my journey, and undeniably the most flourishing. I realize I don't really know their defensive capabilities. Okay, so now we rest. I'm gonna eat a cookie. Hold on. I come back to being banned. Welcome back, Sparsan. has a cookie. Cookie. It's a green tea cookie. How are y'all hanging on? Y'all like the game so far? I really love the game so far. I miss green tea sweets. I'm gonna have another one. And matcha Kit Kats. Oh my gosh, my favorite Kit Kat flavor is actually Sakura matcha Kit Kat. Right? Sakura matcha is like the best. But you can only get it imported. It smells so nice too, yeah. Maybe I should hunt some down and get some. But they're gonna be really expensive because I can only buy them from like high-end grocery stores. Okay. Maybe I'll have more cookies after this. After this surreal conversation, a few smiling shrubs escort me to the edge of this strange forest. The sky is still overcast. Overcast Owo days! The sharp crests of the surrounding peaks slip like ghosts through the fog. I try to organize my thoughts. What if I'm already dead? You're not already dead. I miss buying those from Japan. I had to import from Japan. It was rough. Can't imagine the cost now. I've never been to Japan, actually. When I go, I'm definitely gonna buy a shit ton of Kit Kat. Okay, I try to get my bearings. No way! Suddenly two familiar forms emerge from the swirling mist. My heart beats stronger and faster. Without me even realizing, my legs are carrying me toward them. Sam! Nora! I can see their shapes more and more clearly, but I don't dare to believe it because if I turned out I was wrong, if this was nothing but a cruel fantasy for my tottering mind, a mirage, I couldn't live with that. Smaller shape starts running toward me, but the larger holds him back, and I guess she shares my caution. I wave to them, I shout their names, my loves. And I finally see their faces, the universe shakes and rattles. A tiny yet gigantic sound, the rustling that infinite pieces of a puzzle would make as they all at once found their rightful place in the perpetual movement of everything. Sam! Sam, his small head pressed against my chest. My joy, my whole reason for being held in this tiny fledgling body. Nora, at last your scent fills my nostrils. We hold each other, we fall down. We laugh, we roll, we cling together. I want more. I need more. It's so simple. Couldn't we just stay like this? Rolling on the ground, living and dying together here, doing nothing more than breathing each other in? It's so simple. It's enough to do nothing, say nothing, be happy. At last, Sam is the first to say something. Daddy! I laugh, I cry, shaken by intense joy. I love you. I love you too. Tell me I'm not a ghost, am I? No. Can you see me too, Nora? I see you, Camille. She holds me even tighter. I feel you. You're here. I love you. I'm happy. That's good. Our laughter echoes through the fog-filled valley. If this is an illusion, that's fine. I'll settle for that. The moment is long, paused, rapturous, suspended between now and later with soothing languor. And then reality finally intrudes again and Nora asks me, reluctantly, "Right, what's going on in this valley? What are all these trees?" Oh yes, seeing as I'm not a ghost, I'd better try to explain it to you. But first tell me, where's Rafiq? Rafiq's fine? He stayed further east in a little village. He's helping refugees get through the mountains with a group of people, good people. And Inaya, Son? They're fine too, they decided to stay with him. It's easy to picture Rafiq taking care of lost, exhausted refugees, giving them back hope. Him so comforting with his wide shoulders, his deft hands, his gaze so piercing and deep and its depth, gentleness. Is he not also in love with Rafiq? Like, this description is like so... Okay, anyway. Like a sanctuary. And the quiet certainty that we're equals. Rafiq, he has it right there, deep in his eyes. Humanity. That sounds like him. Uncle Rafiq's got a friend. Has he? Yes, a man who gives food and water to the lost people. Nora gives a grunt of disapproval. We don't really know what that guy's motives are. He's some kind of preacher. He likes to be called father, but I think he's probably a fraud. Rafiq's teamed up with a priest. Surprising. As you say, but look, they really hit it off. But you didn't? No, not really. I wanted to turn back with Sam. We were worried about you. We couldn't stand it. Thank you for coming to find me. Fine. Now how about you? What's going on here? Trees, plants, but carried by people. I fell in with them by accident. What they do is crazy. The grove, the roots that burst from the bags and connect the people, the elder, time, and bear leak. I know I'm a bit muddled. The more I try to explain events, the more I realize how unreal they seem. By the end, Nora's even more skeptical than I was, but Sam's thrilled. Can we go down and see them? I don't know. I glance at the valley. The forest is still there, I have a hunch. Yes, I think they're waiting for us. The welcome is very different this time. A flock of bushy, budding children come to greet us. They skip and jump around us. The questions come thick and fast. Where are you from? You're strange. Where are your trees? They talk mostly to Sam, who doesn't understand English well. A little girl with as many flowers as hairs on her head asks if he wants to come and play. What did she say, Daddy? She asked if you wanted to play with them. Can I? What do you think, Nora? Stay with us for now, okay? Okay. The little girl shrugs and skips away to find the other children. They start playing a complicated game, a mix of hide and seek and red light, green light. They laugh a lot. Sam watches them with a mixture of curiosity and envy. It's a lot for him to take in. As we walk, Nora asks me, "Do you know where their water supplies are?" The Camille's... Wait, the Camille. The elder spoke of water carriers. I think they're right in the heart of the forest. Out of sight. Probably. Do you know if they have livestock? There are bees. And probably other insects. I thought I heard birdsong, but I might have imagined it. Camille, I meant draft or herd animals. Oh, we both laugh at my mistake. She presses herself against me. I put my hand around her waist. I haven't seen any, but it's possible. Anything is possible for these people, I think. What do you think they mean to do about us? Maybe they want to recruit us? Would you want that? I shrug. Fresh water, delicious things to eat, honey? Nora, honey! She smiles faintly. Okay, but we need to see what they want from us in return. If it just involves carrying a plant and watering it occasionally, I think I could live with that. And do you think it would be that simple? Of course not. When we reach the edge of the forest, I see with surprise that some kind of feast is being prepared near a crackling fire, surrounded by big rocks. Lots of people are busy with what looks like some kind of celebration. The food, exclusively plant-based, is prepared in clay pots or sometimes presented on big leaves on a great flat stone being used as a table. The elder and the tree are there. Still smiling, she gestures us to approach. Well, I think they do actually have something to ask us. Ooh, our host is talking with another woman whose copious hair mingles with the plant fibers that flow around her in pale tangle. Bunches of little brown mushrooms grow in the bag she carries on her shoulder. These are the visitors I spoke of, CeeLo. You know what? They kind of remind me of, what's that race in Forbidden West again? The one that carries, like, seed pouches? Kind of remind me of those. Are you preparing a feast? Yes, it's an important celebration. In honor of what exactly? She doesn't answer, but takes Nora by the hand. Despite her first instinct to recoil, Nora accepts this. The elder pats her hand softly, as if to calm her, as she guides her to the stone table. Welcome. Come, sit. Rest yourself. She indicates places on the ground to us. Thank you, that's very kind, but it doesn't answer the question. The elder laughs. We are celebrating the installation of some of our oldest friends. You mean you're going to plant some trees here? Absolutely. In particular, the one that I've taken care of since I was a child. She nods at the thick bushy tree resting on the cart. Her eyes are full of emotion. It must be hard to leave it. Yes, it's true that it's hard. She pats my arm affectionately as if to make me understand that she appreciates my concern. But deep down, it's a happy event. We will have many shoots for the next cycle. Yet her eyes are misty and she continues to stroke the emerald needles of her tree companion. The mushroom woman takes her in her arms and whispers a few words of encouragement. Did you say shoots? Young growths, spontaneous. A bit like him. She nods her head at Sam. Are you calling my son a shoot? For us, it simply means that he grew spontaneously, without the spore's help, whether he be human or tree. I noticed that she doesn't touch the food until she's seen our host eating. She's such a warrior. I forgot the tribe name. Yeah, I also forgot. But yeah, those. Yeah, that tribe. And it's only after she's tasted it herself that she allows Sam to eat. The elder smiles at Nora. What's your name? Nora. Tell us of yourself. Whoa, how much time have you got? I've got plenty of time and you don't look so very old. Thanks, that's good to hear. And yet my life may have been short, but it has certainly been eventful. Isn't that a good thing? Frankly, given the choice, I'd have preferred the events to be rather less eventful occasionally. Where should I start? Any idea, Camille? Nora grew up in the desert. The desert? Become something else now. A terrifying monster, and unlife. But I remember a time when the desert was alive. A place I loved to live in. We've known some desert cypresses. Nora nods, moved. I recall the cypresses. And the date palms, the dome palms, and the acacias whose gum I kept as long as I could. The desert thyme, the sambar, the badra, and the afizu. We still have those. All of them? Maybe not, but thyme, that's for certain. And also the sambar, a perennial grass with little tufts that stick to everything, right? Yes, do you have it here? No, in another group. But last time I saw it, it seemed to be thriving. There's a wonder Nora smile that speaks of the nostalgia this news inspires in her. Maybe I could come across this other group someday soon. I have to say that's unlikely. Nora's smile freezes, giving her a sudden predatory look. Oh yes. Silo remains silent. as the elder rests her piercing gaze on me. Tell me why we're really here. A long silence follows my question. We hear the air rustling through the leaves. We wanted to offer you help. What kind of help? The forest could accept the child within it. The child? You mean my son? Yes, he's still young enough. He can learn. Yes, fine, I get it. Silo stifles a giggle. I won't abandon my son. Oh my god. I mean, he would arguably have a better upbringing with them, but maybe if I go with this answer, then I'll be able to make a final decision later. Nora, can I speak to you for a minute? She nods, and without consulting our host, she takes mine and Sam's hands to lead us a little way from the gathering. We walk through the valley. The buzz of the insects is far away but still audible. I imagine all those little wings, legs, and mandibles in action, rubbing and vibrating together to create the music so comforting to my ears. Do you know that the temperature at the heart of the hive is perfectly controlled by the bees? Nora can't help laughing. No, but are you sure this is the right time to talk about that, Camille? Sam looks at me, fascinated. Listen, when it's too cold, they gather in the hive in a tight mass, and they vibrate their wings to speed up their metabolism and generate heat. When it's too hot, they ventilate the hive with their wings again by putting themselves spaced out near the entrance. Did you read that somewhere? Not at all. I saw it in Dad's hives. It was amazing. That's totally crazy. She rests her head on my shoulder. We stayed away for several minutes. The meal we had this evening was unexpected. We haven't eaten our fill for a long, long time. Digestion allows me to feel the love better. I know it's strange to say, at first glance, we wouldn't accept that emotions as pure as love could depend on our digestive system. And yet, I know that the feeling of satiation releases a sense of well-being in me, which lights up the night, opens up a sharp conscience of the moment, the poetry and all that follows. All that doesn't work when you're dying of hunger. Nora and Sam feel it too, of course, soothed, open to reflection and to consideration. Sam moves a little away, marveling at the fireflies that have started to glow. I think we should seize this opportunity for Sam. I know. You agree? Not at all, but I know you think so. And I know you're not. And I know you're wrong too. Her response plucks a laugh from me. I love that unsettling way of hers of addressing problems. Can you tell me why? Look, let's say Sam does do a stretch of road with them. Okay. You said yourself, their situation is fragile. You think, just I do, that it won't last eternally. Probably not even a very long time. Yes. Well then, I prefer Sam to stay with us. We haven't got much flexibility, but at least we can decide our own fate. If he left with them and they got attacked and massacred tomorrow, what would become of our son? I see. But don't you think they've got a better chance of making it than we do? I don't know, Camille, and neither do you for that matter. What should I believe, huh? I don't know these people, but I do believe in you, in us, and in our ability to protect Sam. I've got no answer to that. Nora, my Nora. I kiss her passionately. We go back to the stone. The elder and the rest of the forest are waiting for us. I take a deep breath before I speak. We're both agreed. Nora and I look at each other. Yes. All three of you. Him too. Her gaze rests on Sam. He studies his feet. We've decided for our son. Oh, why? Because he's not big enough to decide. What's size got to do with anything? I mean, he's not old enough. He seems old enough to have an opinion. What do you think, little shoot? Sam looks up, and his eyes, so big, so dark, bore through the elder and all the forest, driving these people watching him to silence, breathless. I hadn't noticed how strong he'd become. Sam, my child, my baby. How could I miss that? My name is Sam. Very well, Sam. The elder smiles and nods, encouraging him to continue. I might be a shoot, but I can see both worlds. The one that everyone sees, and another one too, which doesn't exist anymore. A murmur runs through the gathering. I can see among you little green-stemmed trees with needles instead of leaves, and fir trees too, all silver underneath with branches that go up. The Scots pines and Turkish firs that didn't make it through the drought. You have the gift of second sight? She turns to Silo, who straightened up and watches Sam with fresh interest. He doesn't say more. He can see like ghost trees as well. Sorry. It's one thing that he can see trees, but he can see ghost trees? Trees have ghosts? What? He doesn't say more. Silo moves closer to him. She gazes into his unfathomable eyes. The moment lasts an eternity. Yes, yes, he's a seer. She puts her hands to Sam's face and speaks softly. Poor little sprout. You and I have seen more than all the others here put together. Is she also a seer? I can teach you to navigate between the worlds without running afoul of the reefs. I'd like that, but only if you accept my parents too. I want them with me. The muttering between the trees increases again. The elder raises a hand and gathers several people around her who she speaks quietly with. Silo gives a mischievous grin. Fine, fine. Nora and I glance at each other, astonished. She didn't see this coming either. Suddenly, the elder's powerful voice rings out. Your condition is accepted, Sam. As seer, you will take the way of the shamans. Nora and Camille, you will be at the heart of the group with the water bearers. Welcome to the forest. I'm so relieved. We'll be able to stay together, safe from hunger and thirst, for some time at least. Nora gripped Sam's shoulders and asked him in a hushed voice, Where did you get that idea from? Sam shrugs. I was thinking of what Uncle Rafik said. Whoa! Epilogue! Sam! What do you read in the lines? We said goodbye to all the trees we'd planted here. Many people wept as they said goodbye, especially to the eldest tree, for it had been there longer than anyone. And after the forest left, slowly, like a great heavy boulder, all its feet began to walk. It made a sound like thunder. The trees, with all their branches and leaves, and the carts too, the dust and the ashes flew up everywhere and stayed floating in the air in front of our eyes. Just like that, the forest was gone. And we went with it. Daddy, Mommy, and me. Lots of things happened after. Oh, I'm speaking from Sam's perspective now. I joined the other children. Silo teaches us a lot of stuff. She gives lessons almost every day. Oh, the forest is growing back. We learn how the trees and animals live, but how they count too, and read and write. I like the lessons a lot. I've made a lot of friends. They're great, especially Bill. She's a strange girl, Bill. Bill. She's bigger than me with lots of tangled yellow hair. Her name's Billberry, but we call her Bill. And then there's Lindy, who's little, but who runs really fast. Barley, who talks all the time. And Arista, who's a bit mean sometimes, but not all the time. Daddy and Mommy live in a different part of the forest, but with the water carriers. The forest is very organized. The trees are connected with tendrils. The cymelium or something like that? That's what Silo said. With that, they hear each other, even the ones that are far away. The oldest trees make kind of knots which send out information and emotions around them. Everyone has their place and their role in the forest. Climbers, the shade makers, the windbreaks. There's place for the researchers too. The grafts and the rootstock. They're big, but they're always happy when we go to see them. It's the most secret place in the forest. They've got lots of seeds. They're very, very careful with them. And me, I have special lessons because I see more than the others. Silo says it's because I'm a shaman, like her. I see animals and plants that don't exist anymore. I tell Silo about them. She listens and tells me the names of the things I see. There are stags and does, rabbits, all sorts of birds, bears, and boars. There are people too. Silo teaches me to meditate, and sometimes she burns a pinch of awakening powder, and amazing things happen. Drugs? I can go where I want. Drugs? I remember once I even went to see Uncle Rafi. He was so surprised to see me. Sam, is that you? What are you? Hello, Uncle. I throw myself into his arms. He spins me around like when I was little. Hey, buddy, what are you doing here? And where are we, actually? I look around us. We're in the desert surrounded by sand dunes. It's beautiful. I think we're in your dream. Oh, it's a dream? Yes. Are you okay, Uncle Rafi? Huh? Yeah, I guess. And you, buddy? I'm fine. Are you still in the mountains? Yes, I'm still in the mountains with Tiago. And with Son and Inaya? Yes, they're here too. Are you still helping the people who are lost? Yup. There's a lot of work, but we manage. But where are you? Daddy and Mommy and me were in the forest. The forest. Okay, this dream's getting weirder and weirder. Uncle Rafik always makes me laugh. Isn't it too dangerous for you? Of course it's dangerous. We get shot at nearly every day. I keep thinking that at some point those torturing sons of bitches will have used up all their bullets. But in the meantime, it's dangerous, that's for sure. Do you know why they're so mean? Mean? I don't even know if they're mean, you know. They're just real morons. But there's no point trying to understand. People do stupid stuff. There's a guy who says something like that we're just monkeys. Monkeys. Yup, monkeys with guns. You're waking up, Uncle. I wanted to tell you that we're doing fine anyway. Remember that, okay? Wake up, remember, you're doing fine, okay. I hug him tight. He kisses me. Thanks, Sam. After that, I cross the sky to return to the forest. The awakening powder is always incredible, but Silo says we have to be very, very careful with it. She said that she'll teach me to make it when I'm a bit older. On the days when Silo doesn't do lessons, I go and visit Daddy and Mommy. We spend time together. They don't really understand how the forest works, but they help out the best they can. Like the other water carriers, they don't have a tree. I've got a little golden leaf maple now. When the forest stops, we often go walking together. That day, it was just Daddy and me. Mommy had stayed back to help prepare the earth. We're not far from a coast, but the air is full of ashes. Daddy seems to have his mind fixed on something as we walk. Are you okay, Daddy? Yeah, I have the feeling I know this place. Really? Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy. What the hell? We're near an old, broken up, very straight road. I know there used to be a big forest all around here, but it burned down a long time ago. Nothing could grow back because the ground is too dry. Far away, I can see the ruins of a little village that was also destroyed by the terrible fires. How could this be possible? What? What is it, Daddy? Sam, how many days has the forest been going west? 23 days. It'll soon be one moon. Already? Why didn't I see it sooner? Do you see this road here? He points out the almost invisible traces of an old track that winds among the trunks blackened with cold ashes. I can see it as it used to be, lined with flowering trees. Yes. It looks like the path to my house. Your house when I was little. I think he hardly believes it himself. He starts walking faster and faster, following the path. I do my best to keep up, but my eyes are drawn to the blurry shapes that wander at the edges of the village ruins. Daddy doesn't see them, of course. When I catch up with him, he stopped at the entrance of an abandoned house. The walls are blackened and the roof entirely burnt away, but I can see that it's pretty big. There's still a heap of half-burned objects inside. Daddy goes inside slowly. I follow him. Oh my god, the music! On the piece of furniture, there's a big square of broken glass and melted plastic. What's that? A TV, at least it was. Oh yes, there were pictures inside it, right? That's right. We didn't watch anything very interesting, but my parents still couldn't live without it. Daddy begins searching through the drawers. He pulls out some papers that dissolve into dust straight away. Finally, he finds something and gestures me to come closer. Look, it's a photo. I go nearer to look at the picture Daddy's showing me. It's stained and a little burnt, but you can still see people on it. There's a beautiful lady who looks like Daddy, a smiling man with sad eyes, a little girl with pretty straight black hair, and a boy a bit bigger who looks a lot like me. Aww. Is that you there? Yes, with my parents, and there, that's Romaine, my little sister. We hardly ever printed on paper anymore at the time, but my parents were kind of traditional. It's amazing this one escaped the fire. Daddy's eyes shine. He sighs and continues his tour of the house while I'm immersed in studying the photo again. The people look very strange to me. It's mostly that they dress oddly, still I find something familiar in their faces. When I look up, she's in front of me, the lady in the photo. Oh my gosh! What? This is not the ending I was expecting from this game. I was expecting like a bunch of people to die. She gestures me to follow her and she speaks softly to me. Are you Sam? Are you Daddy's mom? She nods, smiling. I turn to Daddy, but he's too far away to hear me. In any case, he wouldn't see her. Can't be easy for you, Sam. What can't? She repeats. It can't be easy for you. I shrug. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard, but it's like that for everyone, isn't it? It was easier for us. Adults often say that, but I'm not so sure. She looks at me, but I don't really know if she sees me. Sometimes it's easy for me too, especially now I've got friends. She takes my hand. She strokes it and looks at it. What are you looking at? You know that Camille? I can read the lines of the hand. I'm not Camille, I'm Sam. My daddy's Camille. She smiles at me. What do you read in the lines? The future. I look too, but all I can see is my hand. And what does it say? She closes my hand gently and looks at me, her eyes filled with tears. It says the end, poor little angel. The end of my line, of all the lines. They make me laugh, adults, sometimes, as if we didn't already know. I'm not that stupid, I know that. She looks at me surprised and suddenly vanishes. Daddy's come over. He grips my shoulder and looks toward the entrance as if hypnotized. There's a silhouette in the frame. It's a lady. Oh my god, don't tell me this is his sister. This one's alive and she looks a lot like my daddy? Romaine? Achievement unlocked for... This is the end of the game. This is the end of the game. Wait, end of lines was the end of the palm lines? Bro. Okay, I made it all the way. That's awesome. Spanish in. family reunion. Oh my god, there's so much I missed. There were caves. I could have died. So I got a good ending then. No, oh, because we didn't go north. So maybe we didn't see the lake? Wait, the forest ending is because I mostly did Panther? Oh. Bro. My mind is blown. Good ending, let's go! That's crazy! What a game! Oh, that was really, really cool. Blown his mind. Oh, that was great. So thinking about it. So the lady at the end was definitely his sister, right? His family reunion. That's so nice. That's a surprising amount of replayability here. Yeah, yeah. I imagine you can get through like pretty quickly, like without reading out everything. But yeah, there were actually quite a few choices in between there that I imagine like could have led down one path or the other. Damn, that was super good though. Like that was better than I thought it was going to be. Like it actually beat my expectations for the game. Like I was going into it kind of expecting like, oh, it'll be like a nice like it'll be kind of like a sad story, I guess, about environmental impact and pollution, and it might be a bit like Disco Elysium, like there's choices that lead to different outcomes, and that's kind of what I was expecting, but like the final result was crazy. I mean, I love that, you know, it is about environmental impact and it is about family, but it's also about like humanity and hope, and I love that. Oh my god, Elmo, welcome in! Welcome in. You're catching us just at the end. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, we just finished our playthrough of End of Lines. How are you? How was Valorant?
Oh shit!
Nice try.
Perfect.
Enzo, why you die?
What do you mean why I died?
Oh,
Why you die?
because I got shot.
I died because I'm feeling lonely.
Wow!
Stay alive.
Wow!
I hate making new friends.
Wow! I'm feeling lonely.
No, that was fantastic. Oh, that's great. That's good to hear. And if you are new here, my name is Natalie, but you can call me Nat. I am a variety streamer based in Malaysia. I usually play like a lot of open world games. And my big game right now is Tears of the Kingdom, but we're taking a break today and playing an indie game. What game is this? This game is, well, we just finished one run through of the game. We got a key basically to feature this game, and I was really impressed by it. And it's an interactive graphic novel kind of game that takes place in a post-apocalyptic world following climate change. After the world like basically, yeah, explodes into a fiery ball of flame after climate change and global warming. Is it point and click? No, it's choice based. It's visual novel like choice based, yeah. But damn, that was really good. That was so good. I do implore you to check out this game. Again, it's an indie title. It's from an independent game studio based in France. I am so glad that I stumbled upon this title and like reached out to them to get a key, because that was so impressive. And I am if I have time, I would love to go through and like see some of the other achievements and endings, because wow. But I am glad that for the sake of the stream we got a good ending. I'm just so glad that he didn't like die. I was so afraid that Camille was gonna die and that was gonna be it and the game was gonna just like end on a sad note. But we got like what I think is the best ending. So I'm really happy about that. Oh, it was actually amazing. Yeah, it was. Like, I mean, even beyond just like the twists and turns of the story, I felt like the writing was just so high quality, like across the board. Like obviously it's not gonna be the level of like complexity of something like Disco Elysium, which was like Disco Elysium, having played that game, right, always gave me the vibe of like reading a really dense piece of literature, right? Where like every other word you have to stop and look up what the word means, which is like another level of difficulty when it comes to like writing and reading. This one was a lot more accessible, but yeah, it was generally like a lot more accessible, but it still felt very like literary. And I think Neon mentioned earlier that it reminded her of the way Lord of the Rings is written, and I think it's so true, because the entire game was so like, it sort of had like fantasy undertones, despite it being a like the premise and everything seems so sci-fi, but it felt very like fantastical. It was great. It was great. I highly recommend it. Especially those who are just joining stream and want to check out the game. Go and check out the game. I'm amazed. But yeah, with that, I have been reading nonstop for the past 5 hours and 20 minutes. And I need to call it. I wanted to I wanted to maybe power wash after ending stream, but I think based on how long we've gone on for, I think we need to call it a night. You need a lot of rest. Yeah. I'm glad that we stuck true with it though, and that I finished the game on stream, because that was great. I'm glad that we got to like share this special moment on stream together. Yeah, Disco Elysium had VA as well, which saves streamers' voices. Yeah, but Disco Elysium didn't always have VA, right? Also, I guess Disco Elysium has like moments where you have to read all of Harry's lines basically. But yeah, it's still mostly voice acted, so that was, wow, this one was brutal in the sense that I had to read everything. Nat VA did a great job. Thank you. I hope it felt like soothing and calming and nice to listen to. Because I also, like, the moment I saw the writing, I wanted to try and give it as much like justice as possible, because it really felt, even as I was reading it, like very like audiobook, like you're listening to an audiobook. Nat's VA debut? I don't think so. Yeah, only in the final cut. Yeah. Good night, see you around. Elmo, thank you so much for the raid. Yes, go and rest. Good night. The story is so well fleshed out in the picture. Once a pain in that moment, the thoughts that the characters are having, the emotions, seriously good. Oh, it was so good. It was so well written. Like, if I have time, I definitely want to write like a proper review of the game. But I only hope I can do it justice in the review. I just love that, like, it's very like rare, right, for a story to be so tight like this. Because all things considered, like, the story from start to finish, especially without the reading, is 3 hours. It's only 5 chapters. The fact that they covered so much in 5 chapters is actually insane. And it wasn't like constant exposition either. It was exactly like the characters' feelings, the characters' relationships. It was like Camille's backstory. It was so well written. I'm amazed. It was great. I had a really good time. Nat VA held my attention with the story. Held my attention like a vice. Thank you. Too high praise. And then for the next like few days, I won't be able to talk anymore. We do a silent stream, Tears of the Kingdom on Thursday, right? I'll just be quiet. I'll be like Link. The only sounds I can make are gonna be like ha, hey, ho. And then when I'm trying to explain something, I just go like. Do you ever notice that when Link is trying to explain something to somebody, he just goes like, oh, ha. Oh my god, grunting stream. Oh no, not the grunting stream. But yeah, I'm ready to crash. Just grunt every now and then. And then occasionally yell, right, as I fall to my death. Hey, Uni! Hello, welcome in. What's the shirt of the day? It's my shirt from Gamescom Asia. It's a game dev event in Singapore that I attended last year as a creator. But yeah, I think I know who I want to raid already. Especially because we didn't end up raiding Shadow yesterday. Shall we raid Shadow today? Yeah. I like chatting when the streamer ends. I'm just a resident lurker. All good, man. But yeah, before I send you guys off to raid Shadow, thank you, Yui. Thank you for stream. It was great, actually. So much better than expected. Right? I'm feeling the same as well. Oh my god, I feel like I haven't taken a deep breath this entire night. Not that I expect less, you know what I mean? Yeah, I totally know what you mean. Like, I definitely went into it with somewhat like already positive expectations because like I saw the game's trailer and I knew it was gonna be very like Disco Elysium-esque. But I also know that like it's an indie game, you know, and it's 3 hours for a playthrough, so you kind of put your expectations around that bar. But it definitely like broke the ceiling. Like it was like I really went into it thinking well of it, and I came out of it thinking it's amazing. So I think very few games, like especially indie titles, because for the amount of time that they have and what they're able to achieve with the time, it's very special that they have managed to achieve like a story of this caliber like within 3+ hours. Thank you for stream. Did you enjoy it, Porsan? I figured this would be the kind of game that you would like because of like the lore. Yeah, I was only expecting a nice but sad story, a novel, visual novel, but no, this was insane. I cried like 2 times. That's a review that we should leave on Steam. Went in expecting a nice but sad story. In reality, cried twice. But yeah, it was riveting because of the lore. Any game that I can like insert "it's a game" theory in is like automatically a good game. It's good dialogue. But yeah. Let's go and send you guys off on the raid. I won't be streaming tomorrow, by the way. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be back Thursday and Friday. And maybe even Sunday. I don't know. we'll see my energy levels. But we're definitely doing Tears of the Kingdom on Thursday. Tomorrow's break day. Yeah, more like tomorrow is my nighttime meeting day. So I have like 2 meetings at night. I usually have like night meetings on Wednesdays. That's why I can't stream. So yeah, no Nat tomorrow. But I'll be back on Thursday. I'm still undecided whether I'm still undecided what we want to do on Thursday, like for Tears of the Kingdom. We could either go for another we could go and get another Sage, or we could do the Pirate's Quest at Lurelin, or we could do... Why are my glasses so askew? Or we could go Hateno Village, because I've been wanting to go to Link's house. We haven't done that yet. So yeah, one of these things, I guess. I'll decide by then. So that'll be Thursday. Friday, by the way, will be Overcast OO Days, which is the overcast version of Forecast Fridays. It's just like a fun thing, and also the community. It also fulfills the community challenge that you guys contributed your channel points to. So yeah, that one's happening on Friday. We're starting at 10 p.m. by the way, instead of 9 p.m. And it'll be like a really casual podcast session while we try to survive in Overwatch. That'll be chaotic. We're also doing like random team comps, by the way, so everyone might or might not be playing characters that they're not familiar with. So that'll be fun. And then I don't know. I have a event that I need to be at on Saturday, but my Sunday is empty right now. And if I have energy, I might hop on for a bonus stream, because this week is the new Fortnite season. And I don't know, I might wanna just like do a quick 2-ish hour stream where we check out the new Fortnite season, but I'll see. Flex gang where? What flex gang? Stream break but still working. Hey man, I'm always working. Streams are my break, what do you mean? Actually, yeah, like now that I think about it, I kind of want to go Hateno Village because I can customize my hang glider at Hateno Village. Because like I've been getting all this material, all this like fabric that supposedly I can put on my hang glider, but I can only do that in Hateno Village, but we haven't been there yet, so maybe we should go there and like give Link a fashion upgrade. We're pretty close to it also from my memory. But anyway, we'll decide on Thursday. Let me start the raid first. Yes. But yeah, finally my like 5 days back-to-back streaming has ended. But thank you so much for hanging out in this long stretch with me, guys. It's been a turbulent week for many reasons, on stream and off stream, but it's nice to be at the end of it, and it's nice to end it on such a good note as well with this game. It was a really, really like pleasant surprise. Have a good rest. Thank you. You rest too, Yunrei. What? Like you're the sick one? Why are you still awake? Go and sleep. But yeah, I am excited to continue Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom especially. So I will see you guys on Thursday then. Who are we raiding? We are raiding Shadow. Oh, Twitch still hates you. Oh no. I'll do a shout out in case anybody gets left behind. But yeah, we're going to raid Shadow, who is a fellow chum drinker. He's currently playing Genshin.
Hey, the base booster didn't work. Okay, it worked. And freaking
he has really chill vibes, so yeah. Let's go! Raid is starting. I will see you guys on Thursday, okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. Good night. Rest well.